Most of what you think of when you hear the word Viking is battles on the sea. But what if I told you their greatest fight wasn't with swords at all? It was with the endless winter night. Most who lived here were farmers, not warriors, and those long dark months at home mattered most. Imagine sharing a single smoky room with family, animals, and firelight, night after night, searching for comfort in the darkness. This isn't about raids or riches. This is about survival. And now, as the last light fades, you find yourself at the threshold of that world. Before we settle in, if you enjoy these gentle journeys into the past, you're always welcome to like the video and subscribe for more quiet history evenings. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from, or how you find warmth on winter nights. Twilight gathers as you approach the longhouse door. Its silhouette stands clear against the dimming sky, stretched long and low across the frozen earth. The walls bend slightly inward, recalling the ribs of a ship turned upside down, a shape that splits the wind as easily as a hull splits waves. Built for endurance, the house shows no need for decoration. What you see is strength, a shelter braced for the months ahead. Your boots crunch the frost underfoot as you near the structure. Up close, the wood is patched, replaced, and sealed again and again, marked with the touch of winters past. Moss is pressed into the seams, dark green against pale wood, with clay packed into the gaps to block the draught. Everything has purpose. Every repair is a reminder that survival here was never won quickly, but in steady layers of care. A faint thread of smoke curls outward through unseen cracks. It drifts across the air, threaded with the smell of tar, peat and pine, their scents clinging together. Against the sharp cold, it feels like a promise, proof that firelight waits on the other side. The house itself breathes slowly with that smoke, carrying hints of warmth and life. Though its walls give nothing away, you know someone has tended the hearth within. The closer you stand, the more the longhouse feels anchored to the earth, both home and refuge. Many such houses had few or no windows. The walls shut tight against the cold. Chimneys were rare, so smoke found its way out through vents and roof gaps. From the outside, the silence is complete. The longhouse could easily be mistaken for an empty shell. Yet the curve of its beams tells a quieter story, shaped by the same hands that carved ships and oars. It is a sailor's instinct, turned inland to face storms of snow instead of waves. At the entrance, the door looms heavy and plain. It holds stubborn strength, as if to keep not only the weather, but everything hidden in the night at bay. You set your palm against the wood, its grain biting cold beneath your skin. The frame resists, swollen with damp winters, but as you lean forward, it shifts, groaning on its hinges. The scrape is deep and low, wood against wood. In that moment, the last of the outside air rushes icy against your neck. With a firm pull, the door closes behind you, sealing the twilight away. The first impression is weight. The space is thick with smoke, heavier now that it envelops you fully, clinging to fabric and skin. You feel it in your chest, deep and pressing, though not unfriendly. The cold silence of the hills has been traded for a different kind of quiet, one filled with the slow rhythm of embers. Shapes move dimly, roof beams coated with centuries of soot, shadows quickened by the curl of flame at the centre of the hall. Your eyes adjust as you pause. The ground beneath you is worn earth, smoothed by countless feet. Along the walls you can just make out low benches, practical platforms used for sitting and sleeping alike. Tangled shapes of skins and tools rest close by, while further off, something stirs, the faint shift of animals housed at one end of the hall to share in the warmth. Families and flocks alike waited out winter together under the same roof. This is not the stillness of emptiness, but the stillness of a place holding itself through the dark. Look upward, and you see the roof's curve climbing into shadow. Smoke gathers beneath the arch, caught in the beams, before slipping slowly through an opening above. The fire's breath stains every surface. Wood is glossed with damp soot, carrying the memory of flame through generations. The air smells of timber and ash, resinous and earthen, each scent layered over the years. Though the hall is dim, something in it steadies you. The door has shut firmly against the frozen night, cutting you off from the storm outside. Within these walls, the season feels paused, as if time has taken on a slower rhythm. The chill softens, replaced by that steady pulse of fire at the centre. The warmth is subdued but present, flowing outward until it brushes against your skin. You are not alone here. The weight of the air, the rhythm of small movements, and the press of quiet warmth all tell you that life continues in this space. People gather here, unseen but near, their routines shaped by the same hearth light that now reaches you. The longhouse no longer feels like a fortress. It feels like a breathing shape, a body built of wood, smoke, and shared survival. Somewhere ahead the glow strengthens, red at first and flickering. The shadows rise higher, as if drawn upward with the smoke itself. You sense the beating heart of the home in that single source of light, a fire that holds night at bay. And as your eyes settle into the dark, you begin to notice how much these flames matter, how fragile yet steady their circle feels. The longhouse has gathered you into its stillness. Now at the centre of the hall, something waits, glowing quietly, pulling you closer. The first thing you notice is the air. It is thick, smoky and close, clinging to your hair, your skin, your clothes. It seeps into your lungs and catches at the back of your throat, making you cough softly until you grow used to it. The smell carries both weight and comfort, as if the room itself has been steeped in smoke for generations. You breathe again, slower this time, and it settles into you, no longer sharp but steady. Every surface here is marked by it. Clothing, food, beams and rafters, all touched by curling smoke. Now it touches you as well. At first it feels like there is almost no light, only shadow stretching the length of the hall. But at the centre, burning low, you catch a small ember glowing through ash. A narrow tongue of flame rises from it, flickering as if unsure, still alive but fragile. You watch it bend and straighten, fluttering in place, and in that small glow you see the shape of the hearth, a heart set deep into the house, every path inside this room linked back towards it. The darkness pushes hard against that light. The rafters above swallow much of the glow. The far walls remain dim, and for a moment the flame feels too small to answer the vast night. Somewhere in the corner, shadow shifts, but it vanishes again before you can trace it. Against the long expanse of the hall, the fire looks almost too slight, a soft pulse beneath the weight of the dark season. But then, as your eyes adjust, more shapes find you. Around the hearth sit small oil lamps. Crude by form, each holds animal oil pressed from fish or from the sea. Reeds serve as wicks, their ends glowing orange. One lamp by itself could do little, but lined together they add to the rhythm of firelight. A handful of steady points stitching back the dark. They give a quiet, yellow glow. Not daylight, but the kind of light you could work beside, a light you could trust. Above, a long slit in the roof hangs open to the night. Smoke lifts toward it, curls just under the beams, then drifts outward where the wind will take it. Some of it still drops back down, clouding the air, but Without the vent, the room could not be borne for long. Chimneys were rare here. Instead, vents and careful fire placement managed the smoke. It stings, yes, and makes your eyes water, but that sting carries a kind of order. The hall breathes with it. The hearth itself is a crafted thing, not a heap of wood, but something shaped and kept through many winters. Flat stones line its base, polished flat by years of flame. They hold the heat even when the fire dips, radiating it outward in slow waves that reach the walls. In other places, where stone was scarce, the earth itself was hardened into shape with clay and turf. What holds this fire could not crumble easily. It was made to endure, just as the longhouse was. Archaeologists still uncover those stones, cracked but solid, the trace of countless hours of flame written into them. As you watch the fire, you notice how it shifts, shrinking, swelling again, as though it breathes. Shadows stretch with it, spilling out along the beams, then pulling back when the light grows thin. The rafters are streaked in soot, gleaming faintly, every surface coated in years of smoke. It is not simply fire you're watching. It feels almost alive, holding the house in rhythm with each slow flare and collapse. The ground nearest the hearth is worn smooth. Feet have sat here, pressed here, rested here night after night. Around it, low benches run against the walls, but the line of sight curves inward toward the fire. Every angle of the room obeys its centre, the way a ship orients to its mast, everything turning around a single point. You sense that the longhouse was built to circle this flame, to collect life into the warmth it gave. You think of what happens when the fire grows low. Perhaps the night grows heavier, colder, silence pressing so deep it wakes someone half asleep nearby. A glowing log shifts, collapses, and a hand rises to cast new wood onto it. This was a task never left long unattended. Fires in winter were carefully tended, rarely allowed to fall cold, for without it, the night itself would take everything. The smoke is not only a burden, it layers itself as a kind of shield. Fish and meats hang at the far end of the hall, their surfaces darkened, preserved by the steady drift. Wooden tools harden in its touch, pests are kept away. Even the very beams of the longhouse are guarded against rot. What feels heavy to breathe in is also a quiet strength. Another way the hall learns to last. As you stand with the lamps flickering beside the central flame, you feel its steadiness growing. The smoke may sting, the glow may feel fragile, but together they are enough. Fire is not only warmth or light, it is a heartbeat keeping the room held in its slow rhythm, a patient breath against the long dark. You sense how it pulls everything here back towards it. You wait, and in the waiting, the weight of the air settles deeper around you. The steady glow steadies you as well, drawing your eyes, softening your thoughts. The flame shapes the hall, binding it, holding all of it together. And in that slow, dim rhythm, shapes begin to shift closer, drawn by the same pull that turns all attention inward. Shadows start to resolve into people living within this glow, moving with quiet gestures, gathering closer to the heart that tends them all. What first seemed like a solitary flame now reveals itself as the centre of a whole circle. Lives gathered, movements linked, all pulled into its orbit. The fire keeps balance in this space, and it is around this balance that the room itself begins to take form. You notice the benches first, lined along the long walls of the hall. They sit low and solid, built simply but strong. Furs soften their surfaces, sheep's wool pale and curled, hides stitched together into darker spreads. Here these benches mean more than rest. By day they serve as seats. where someone mends clothing or sharpens an edge. By night, they turn into sleeping platforms, the firelight spilling across figures lying close. Beneath them, you can see storage, wooden chests and bundles tucked carefully away, holding tools, clothing, food, each thing placed where it belongs. Nothing wasted, nothing without purpose. Around the hearth people gather. Some ease onto the benches, others draw nearer to the flames, squatting low against the dirt floor. Space here draws everyone inward. There is no part of the hall separate from its centre. The air is smoky. Furs press shoulder to shoulder, and voices rise in a low hum. Words are quiet, scattered among gestures, passing just far enough to be heard above the crackle of wood. Privacy does not belong here, not in the dark hush of winter. Instead, the closeness itself feels steady, keeping each person joined to the others. You take your own place within the circle, facing the fire that burns steadily at the heart. Near the glow, a child leans just close enough for the shifting light to catch across his cheeks. His eyes gleam, curious, but his hands follow the rule, folded with care, never too near the flame. Beside him sits an elder woman, a lamp placed at her knee. Her needle moves through cloth in a long measured rhythm, her face bowing forward as stitches gather one on the other. What she makes matters less than the act itself, something done so many nights, in so many winters, that the work has become part of the stillness around her. In their presence, you feel a quiet order, each age with its own place, all fitting together naturally within the circle. From a dimmer corner of the hall comes motion of another kind. You hear the muffled snort of a goat, the slow shift of a hoof on straw. A cow leans against a wooden post, body stirring the air heavy with its breath. In many homes, animals sheltered through winter in one end of the house, sharing warmth as well as space. Their sounds fold into the mix of human voices, blending with the smells of wool, hide and earth. In this place, creature and family live pressed close together, surviving the season, not as separate lives, but as one shared dwelling. Closer to the hearth, a figure bends over a pot suspended on iron hooks. It sways slightly in the glow, steam lifting into the smoke-filled rafters. The scent of hot broth drifts outward, soft and savoury, catching against your breath. Beside the pot, another shape works with steady purpose, a whetstone scraping down the edge of iron, the slow rasp adding its own rhythm to the night. Nothing here is loud. Instead, you notice how each sound seems to find its distance, softened by the presence of the fire. The hall is busy, but not frantic, lively and close rather than private. Everyone's movements overlap without clashing, as though each task belongs naturally near the flame. Someone rises from their place at the bench, carrying a log thick with bark. They bow slightly as they set it down into the coals, careful hands guiding the weight. For a moment, the embers flare red, licking sparks thin into the smoke above, before giving themselves over to flame. The person leans low, blowing gently, coaxing new fire from the glow. It feels less like adding wood than tending something living, a small steady pulse that answers only to patience and time. Its light grows, catching again along the grain of the hall, drawing every set of eyes back to its red core. The furnishings around you echo the same pattern of function and care. Wooden boxes stand close beneath the benches, lids worn with use. A low table leans folded against the wall, ready to be set out when needed. Simple bedding lies across the benches, furs piled in a way that blurs the seat from the bed. Other homes might hold more. woven hangings or rugs layering warmth over the boards, and you sense how wealth marked itself quietly in a place like this. But most dwellings were as practical as this one, with just enough for comfort and little wasted. Every piece is made with both need and endurance in mind. The longer you sit, the more the rhythm of the circle seeps into you. Your arms loosen, your shoulders drop, even as the space presses close on every side. The bench beneath you creaks faintly, with the weight of another figure settling in beside you, furs brushing your sleeve. You realise that what seemed crowded on entry begins to feel inevitable, even welcome. The fire's glow softens the hard edges between people. For a moment, in this quiet circle, belonging outweighs solitude. The air thickens still more as the pot above the fire stirs again. Steam escapes, stronger now, threads of warmth carrying a heavier scent. It shifts the mood around the hearth, pulling focus from firelight to the promise of what simmers there. Each movement near the pot, stirring, lifting, leaning close, is watched more intently. The hunger of long hours in the dim hall surfaces now in the way heads tilt, the way faces breathe in the smell hanging low with the smoke. Even with tasks unfolding, hands working cloth, edges scraped to sharpness, the room holds to its centre. Every action, every word and glance seems steadied by the hearth. Without it, the hall could come apart into cold and confusion, but here it stays whole. You feel yourself included naturally in that stillness, folded into the small movements, the low voices, the rough comfort of furs. And as your eyes drift toward the slow curl of steam rising from the pot, you sense the circle readying itself for something more than light or warmth alone. What gathers here is not only shelter or heat against winter, it is the shape of survival itself, layered together in voices, tools, animals, and flame, all orbiting the same source. Yet tonight the circle will grow tighter for another reason. When the cauldron gives off its stronger breath, attention will shift, faces will lean closer, hands will draw nearer, waiting not only for warmth, but for the moment when hunger will be answered. The scent fills the hall now, spreading low through the smoke. Each inhale carries it deeper, and as it gathers, you realise the night is about to change, shaped by what waits within that dark pot above the fire. The cauldron sways gently above the fire, steam rising in ribbons as the smell of a thick stew works its way through the hall. Its broth bubbles in a steady rhythm, heavy with grains and meat, filling the air with a warmth that is more than heat. It is reassurance that the body will endure another winter night. Food here is not only for hunger, but for strength. In most Norse homes, two main meals shape the rhythm of life. A day meal called dagmal, and an evening gathering known as natmal, where stews and stored foods were the staples of the dark season. You hear the ladle knock softly against the blackened side of the pot. A hand stirs, parting the broth so that chunks of meat rise and sink again. Their edges darken from long hours in the simmer, joined by swollen barley and thick oats, each spoonful more substance than water. The smell is dense, earthy, savoury, carrying a promise that the food will not only quiet hunger, but steady the body against cold. In winter, meals like this became more than recipes. They were tools of survival, boiled down into a single bowl. Beyond the hearth, reminders of what keeps this night possible rest in their places. Hung against the rafters are strips of dried fish, stiff and curled, their sharp scent muted by weeks of smoke. Barrels hold salted cuts of pork, well packed and sealed tight. Sacks of grain rest off the floor, guarded from damp. their pale forms heavy with months of preparation. This is the slow planning of seasons past, gathered and preserved to hold steady now. To look at them is to see foresight, every piece of food, a signal that no season can be faced without thought long before the storm. From these stores comes bread, flat, sturdy, as much strength as flavour. Someone cracks one in half, the crust breaking sharply in the hush of the hall. A faint steam trickles through the tier, showing it has been warmed beside the fire. Bread travels hand to hand, each piece passed along the circle, until every person holds some share. The taste is plain, more solid grain than sweetness, but dipped into the stew, it softens, carrying broth deep into its body. What might seem modest becomes something substantial, a bite that steadies you as much as it fills you. Wooden bowls are readied, each one carved by hand, slightly uneven from age but smoothed with constant use. The ladle dips into the pot again, lifting stew into their hollows. The smell grows fuller with every pour, mixed with salt, smoke, and warmth. Each bowl is offered across the circle. The process is careful and silent. When one is set in your hands, the wood itself carries the heat into your palms. The broth inside is cloudy and thick, heavy with flavour earned over hours. You lift a spoonful to your lips. Salt, meat, soft grain, nothing more, yet every taste is layered with the work that led here. Slaughter, harvest, storing against spoil, even the tending of the fire itself. Nearby, a clay jug leans in careful hands. From its mouth comes the slow pour of ale. Its smell is yeasty and round, an earthy brightness catching across the nose. Cups are simple, sometimes a shaped wooden vessel, sometimes nothing more than a carved horn. Each person accepts a share in turn. The flavour is familiar, not rich but steady. The drink clears smoke from the throat and adds a quiet comfort to the body. In most households, ale was every day, while stronger mead was kept for rare moments, another reminder that common meals held more of endurance than extravagance. For the youngest, bowls look a little different. A child receives porridge boiled down until oats are soft enough to vanish on the tongue. The steam curls weakly upward, the taste blander than the hearty stew, but gentler and easier for a child's stomach. A parent watches as he eats, every movement deliberate, small spoonfuls carried carefully to the mouth. It is the same rhythm repeated across countless homes. Milk or buttermilk, porridge, bread, ways of ensuring even the smallest could bear the demands of the season. Around the circle the hall hums quietly, with hands in motion. Bread tears with soft cracks, wooden spoons dip and scrape, meeting the bottom of bowls. Ale passes without words, cupped against palms warmed from fire. Nothing is loud or rushed, and yet the space is filled with the sound of eating together. It is not a celebration, nor is it a feast. It is sustenance, taken in a circle where no one is left out. Strangely, in its quiet rhythm, this kind of meal feels more complete than any gathering of noise. As you eat, each bite recalls another season. The meat speaks of autumn slaughter, when animals were prepared for the long nights. The bread echoes the grain harvest and the slow grinding under heavy stones. The stew itself, built from odds and ends, shows how care from past months gathers into present strength. In every case, the meal is more than what sits in a bowl. It is time kept, effort stored, seasons folded into one moment. You sense how food ties the past directly to the body, carrying endurance from one season into the next. When your bowl stands empty, you feel the warmth travel within you, slow but steady, as though the fire itself now rests in your stomach. You look to the others. Their faces slacken, shoulders drop, movements soften. Hunger loosens its hold, and the hall shifts toward calm. Winter presses hard outside, but within, the circle holds. This is nourishment, but more. It is shared proof that survival is possible because work has been done, saved and carried forward. The pot is scraped close to empty, the last hunk of bread split and passed down. Bowls, now quiet of steam, are stacked again, pushed into neat lines at the edge of the hall. The smell of stew lingers high in the beams, its weight greater now that the food is gone. You wipe salt from your hand absently, savouring the taste even as it fades. Hunger has receded, leaving not just fullness, but comfort. For a moment, you almost sense the house itself ease, the weight of its walls gentled by the presence of satisfied lives. People lean back, hands pressed to their middles, eyes lowered, bodies relaxed. The centre fire burns steady, but quieter now, that the cauldron no longer sways above it. The hall has shifted, but it has not gone still. Movements click softly at the edges, a hand in a bundle, another reaching for cloth. The meal has finished its work, yet the night stretches on. And with its strength returned, the circle does not fade into silence. It begins to shape itself toward what comes after. The bowls have been set aside, but hands are quick to reach for new tasks. The long night will not pass on its own, and quiet work steadies both mind and body. This wasn't quite leisure. It was preparing clothing, tools and feed to survive the months to come. By the far wall stands a loom, its tall frame leaning forward, heavy with taut threads. A woman's hands pass the shuttle through in practiced rhythm. Slide, pull, press. The sound is soft but sure, the gentle thump of wood and the brush of wool. With each row, the cloth grows thicker. What begins as raw fleece or flax is turned into fabric strong enough to become a tunic, a blanket, or a rug for the floor. This weaving is not a pastime. It is the difference between warmth and cold when winter deepens. The knowledge itself is also part of survival, passed from mother to child in seasons like these. Near her sits another figure repairing a strip of cracked leather. She holds it firm against her lap, coaxing the stiff hide into line beneath the bite of a bone needle. The cord draws tight with each pull, holding the seam once more. Cold air dries the material quickly, but a strong stitch can give sandals, harness, or satchels more life. She presses hard with her fingers, rejoining edges so that the old piece becomes useful again. Nothing here is wasted if it can be mended. Repair is survival, each stitch forming a promise of tomorrow. Across the room, the scrape of stone on iron catches your ear. A man sharpens a blade against a whetstone, drawing it carefully along the edge. He turns it, repeats the stroke, and tests with his thumb. Sparks do not fly, only the low rasp of edge meeting stone, again and again. In the fire's glow, the blade grows sharper, its line gathering faint light. Quiet as it is, this sound carries across the hall like a low metronome, steady and unhurried. The work will last until he's satisfied that tomorrow's tools will bite cleanly when needed. Children are not left outside the rhythm of the hall. One girl stretches her arms wide, strands of yarn looped between her hands while her mother winds them into a neat ball. Her shoulders shift with the strain, but she holds still, patient in the way children learn when they watch adults work. A boy crouches close to the straw, feeding grain to goats and snatching his fingers back before the nips can catch him. He laughs in a quick burst of breath, then continues. What they practice may seem small, but it shapes their habits, drawing lessons into muscle and memory. Season by season, skill by skill. From the corners come other sounds. Heavy lungs fill with breath as a goat shifts on its hooves. A sheep rubs its flank against the beams, loosening its bedding with a muffled rustle. Closer to the doorway, a cow turns slowly, hooves grinding clumsily against the packed ground. Even chickens stir where they roost, rustling wings and murmuring soft sounds. Animals winter inside the same walls, drawn into the circle by necessity. They add warmth and food, yet they also bring constant tending. Baskets of feed are fetched, straw rearranged, and water checked. The work of survival continues, no matter the hour. The bowls have been set aside, but hands are quick to reach for new tasks. The long night will not pass on its own, and quiet work steadies both mind and body. This wasn't quite leisure. It was preparing clothing, tools and feed to survive the months to come. By the far wall stands a loom, its tall frame leaning forward, heavy with taut threads. A woman's hands pass the shuttle through in practiced rhythm. Slide, pull, press. The sound is soft but sure, the gentle thump of wood and the brush of wool. With each row, the cloth grows thicker. What begins as raw fleece or flax is turned into fabric strong enough to become a tunic, a blanket, or a rug for the floor. This weaving is not a pastime. It is the difference between warmth and cold when winter deepens. The knowledge itself is also part of survival, passed from mother to child in seasons like these. Near her sits another figure repairing a strip of cracked leather. She holds it firm against her lap, coaxing the stiff hide into line beneath the bite of a bone needle. The cord draws tight with each pull, holding the seam once more. Cold air dries the material quickly, but a strong stitch can give sandals, harness, or satchels more life. She presses hard with her fingers, rejoining edges so that the old piece becomes useful again. Nothing here is wasted if it can be mended. Repair is survival, each stitch forming a promise of tomorrow. Across the room, the scrape of stone on iron catches your ear. A man sharpens a blade against a whetstone, drawing it carefully along the edge. He turns it, repeats the stroke, and tests with his thumb. Sparks do not fly, only the low rasp of edge meeting stone, again and again. In the fire's glow, the blade grows sharper, its line gathering faint light. Quiet as it is, this sound carries across the hall like a low metronome, steady and unhurried. The work will last until he's satisfied that tomorrow's tools will bite cleanly when needed. Children are not left outside the rhythm of the hall. One girl stretches her arms wide, strands of yarn looped between her hands while her mother winds them into a neat ball. Her shoulders shift with the strain, but she holds still, patient in the way children learn when they watch adults work. A boy crouches close to the straw, feeding grain to goats and snatching his fingers back before the nips can catch him. He laughs in a quick burst of breath, then continues. What they practice may seem small, but it shapes their habits, drawing lessons into muscle and memory. Season by season, skill by skill. From the corners come other sounds. Heavy lungs fill with breath as a goat shifts on its hooves. A sheep rubs its flank against the beams, loosening its bedding with a muffled rustle. Closer to the doorway, a cow turns slowly, hooves grinding clumsily against the packed ground. Even chickens stir where they roost, rustling wings and murmuring soft sounds. Animals winter inside the same walls, drawn into the circle by necessity. They add warmth and food, yet they also bring constant tending. Baskets of feed are fetched, straw rearranged, and water checked. The work of survival continues, no matter the hour. The rhythm deepens, one thread tightened, one stitch pressed, one blade drawn across stone, one goat fed. Each act small on its own, together, unbroken. The room hums, not with noise but with effort, layered on itself. This is not wasted time. These are the tasks that keep a night from feeling endless. Without them, the silence would press too close. Work holds the dark at a distance. Smoke lies heavier in the rafters now, thickening the air until the lamps bend and waver. Each flame trembles but still holds its line, feeding from reeds dipped in oil. The hearth shrinks and swells in turn, fire refusing to lapse. It is part of the same labour. A log is nudged into place. A hand stirs embers with a stick. Someone places twigs gently, coaxing the fire to rise again. No voice commands this. Whoever notices simply steps forward. It is a duty shared without dividing lines, so constant it becomes unspoken. The weaving, the mending, the sharpening, none of it seems a burden as you sit inside these walls. The scrape of stone, the pull of thread, the shifting of animals, all soften together, forming a hum that fills the hall. Idleness would leave the night louder, more stark. Here, with hands moving, the hours loosen and lose their weight. You find yourself matching your breath to the shuttle's pass, to the whetstone's slow rasp, to the rhythm of small sounds repeated. This is not leisure. Food had been prepared hours before, and now cloth, tools, and leather carry the next weight. Every motion layers into the broader weave of keeping the household secure. Fires rarely slipped cold, clothes could not fall to rags, and blades could not rust. The harsh season gave no room for the idle. Work, stitched through ghostly hours, created a shield against absence and cold. And yet it doesn't come across as strained. Even the animals fold into this pattern, their breath adding to the warmth, their sounds joining the muted chorus. The room is a hive of quiet purpose, each figure absorbed in something that matters. The hall itself seems less heavy for it. The hum of survival steadies the atmosphere. It feels less like labour each moment, more like a way of breathing. As minutes lengthen, you feel how talk begins to creep into the rhythm. A low murmur rises now and then between figures bent at their tasks. The voices do not halt the loom, or pause the whetstone, or stay a hand with the needle. They thread themselves through the manual work, riding alongside it. They turn the task into something softer, something that speaks to being together as much as being prepared. And as those voices gather more strength, the room begins to change. Movements continue, but the words take on weight, stretching into longer lines, carrying something more lasting than conversation. The air has been filled with the scrape of tools and the press of cloth, but now it begins to shift toward another sound altogether, a sound as steady, as essential, and as old as the fire itself. Someone leans closer to the fire, their face caught in the uneven glow. The air seems to settle, threads of work loosen. Hands go quiet, tools rest on laps, and voices fade until only one tone fills the hall. It arrives slowly, no rush or force, just steady syllables that carry along the beams, as if every surface listens. Each word extends into the space, sound balanced against the hush, held so lightly that even the smallest shift in the fire brings it further alive. There are no pages here, nothing to read or turn. The story rests wholly within the mouth of the teller, alive through memory alone. What you hear are words stretched back through countless winters, lines spoken as they once were, in other halls, remembered because people never allowed them to be forgotten. Without parchment or ink, stories hold weight by living in voices. Repeated, they remain. Neglected, they vanish. Tonight, the past is kept alive with every slower breath, every recalled phrase. Many of these same tales, spoken aloud through centuries, were later written down generations after. What we now read as sagas and eddas once flowed around hearths like this, carried on the tongues of families in winter's dark. The tale begins with wonder. You are drawn into a story of a man who ventures far, braving seas edged with ice, tested by creatures born of cold and shadow. He brings back honour, not only for himself but for those who wait at his hearth. His strength is measured not just in the fight, but in his return, in how he carries memory home. Children move forward on the furs. Their lips shape whispered echoes of lines they know so well. The adults tilt their heads, eyes softened, smiles pulled across warmed faces. The world inside the longhouse draws itself closer, each listener bound by the path of the tale. But stories here aren't only of distant heroes. Between myths of gods and deceivers, you hear quieter notes, moments from kin remembered in the pattern of a voice, a tale of a grandmother making her crossing alone, guiding her small boat against biting wind. A simple memory of wool spun fine enough to last beyond its weaver's years. In this hall, myth and family thread together without edge or seam, one flowing into the other. You sense how history and imagination blend, how every life adds to the greater weave. The space grows warm through words alone. Children draw in closer, lit orange against hides. Adults glance at each other, catching echoes of when they too press near the fire with ears wide. The telling steadies the long night, grasping minds away from emptiness into rhythm and image. For one moment, you notice how much of survival lies not only in food or fire, but in a thought carried safely through the body of a story. The tones change, an oath emerges. Between the fall of one tale and the rise of another, a pause settles, long enough to invite something heavier. What oath might be sworn tonight? A head lifts, a voice grows deeper, declaring promise under rafters smoky with memory. Perhaps it is the pledge of a harvest to come, or a vow of honesty, or the shape of a brave act yet to be. Here, words spoken reach beyond themselves. They hold force because they are heard, not scratched into wood, but planted into the breathing night. Among smoke and flame, an oath feels as lasting as iron. Each story and each vow folds into the circle. Where silence could press down heavily, voices now knit people together. They bind restless children to calm. They remind the weary of past strength. They fasten each living figure to the line of those who came before. History does not sit silent in books. It walks alive through speech, flowing strong enough to make everyone in this hall part of the chain that stretches backward and forward. The fire joins in ways that no one directs. Its light jumps to follow the speaker's face, shadows hurrying high across beams before sinking. When the voice lifts, a log cracks. When it softens, embers curl deep into their glow. Even the smoke above appears to bend with meaning, curling in arcs that seem part of the tale. The longhouse becomes a kind of stage, not a grand one, but one more intimate than walls themselves, binding the listeners close by, nothing more than the air filled with voice. No story runs straight. They wind, looping, pausing, slipping their weight carefully. Silence is allowed to stretch at points, giving breath and room before a new detail arrives. The images reach across seas, carve landscapes, and show faces long forgotten, yet made present again. Some tales rise with gods who walk unseen, others draw from people remembered, lives carried forward through careful memory. Together, they bind every listener to a common weave, wide enough to hold through even the deepest night. Children strain to resist sleep. A girl tucks her head sideways against her mother's shoulder, eyes heavy but still open. A boy curls nearer the skins, half hidden, lips moving faintly with remembered lines as slumber presses him slowly down. Even grown men find stillness, arms folded, heads tipping forward as breaths stretch deeper. These hours are never only about passing time. They keep a place filled. They arm the spirit as much as bread had armed the body. In their gentle swell, words keep despair safely at a distance. Inevitably, the current slows. Voices dip in volume, stretch thin, carrying shorter fragments, tangled with breath. One tale trails to a final line. Another attempt rises softly, but sinks into quiet before its second turn. The ending forms almost as smoke does. No clear break, just a slow thinning. Silence returns by degrees. Embers stir along the ground of the hearth. Their red sharper now against thicker dark. The lamps strain faintly, wicks folded. People lean into each other, on benches and furs, bodies folding into tired shapes. Eyes close, not with ceremony, but with wear that has found safety enough in this moment. Still, what was spoken lingers. The air feels thicker with memory, not just of the storyteller's words, but of something shared, given, received. Inside you is the sense of a room held steady across hours because voices lent it strength. It feels like another layer of warmth, softer but no less important, resting between wood beams and skin. The longhouse edges quieter by the moment. Shadows lengthen wider across walls as the fire lowers itself into ash and weak light. Lamps grow pale in their corners, some bowing into smoke. The bodies gathered shift nearer, furs closing in, the structure drawing itself into muted breath. And while no one speaks now, the weight of words remains, folded within silence as the hall turns steadily toward rest. The embers in the hearth are fading now, their once bright flames pulled back into a red glow pressed low among the stones. Oil lamps along the walls burn thin, each wick tilting weakly in its dish of oil. Shadows stretch together until the far ends of the longhouse are swallowed in heavy black. The warmth that once rested against your skin thins out, leaving a faint cold that drifts down from the roof beams. The fire still breathes, but softly now, a pale pulse at the centre. Around you, figures shift into stillness. The long hours ahead cannot be faced awake, and one by one, the household begins to fold into the shapes of sleep. The benches that held sitting bodies earlier in the night have changed their role. They form the sleeping places lined against the beams, low planks padded with straw, hides and wool. Families slide in close together, each person taking what space they can. Some shoulder to shoulder along the boards, others curling on the ground where bedding is spread wider across the packed dirt. Straw softens what it can, though it still pricks against skin. Above it are layers of furs stitched from many hides, sheepskin, goatskin, sometimes softer layers if they were saved for the coldest months. In most homes, this was what passed for bedding, yet in a few wealthier households, feather pillows might be set under a head, and finer cloth drawn across a body. Rare comforts, so unusual they seemed almost too precious for daily use. The difference between straw and feathers marked the space between common and fortunate lives. Children are drawn in first. They are tucked beneath layered hides, their voices gone with only the sound of blankets rustling as they settle. Their small bodies press close to their parents, both for safety and for warmth that no fire alone could give. The hides are thick, sewn to trap breath and body heat, turning the gathered family into its own furnace. Hands vanish beneath folds of sheepskin, faces are muffled into fur. A parent's arm falls loose across a child's side, holding in place without thought. There is no space to spare, and there is no reason for it. The night is too cold, the roof too open, to leave distance between those lying down. At the edge of the room, on straw near the animals, an older man has stretched his body across a rough hide. His blanket is heavy but coarse, stitched from thicker skins, with little softness left inside them. His head rests not on anything soft, but on what he can manage. A folded tunic, a bundle of cloth, or perhaps a sack with feathers saved from autumn. A cushion at all is luck, held carefully from season to season, if it survives. His frame curls lengthwise beside a corner post, leaning into the timber, as though the beam itself can lend steadiness. Here, the human body, animal skin, and carved wood blur into the same purpose. They simply have to hold warmth through the night. The air deepens as breathing joins it. Smoke that escaped up through the vent earlier now drifts more heavily across the rafters, spreading closer down to the sleepers below. Every breath feels thicker for it, warmed as soon as it leaves a mouth and caught by another mouth not far away. A goat shifts in the shadows, its flank brushing the wall and pressing warmth through the chamber. Hooves click against straw, then quiet again. Beyond it, the sound of a cow arrives, slow, drawn through the weight of its chest, air breaking into a sigh before folding back into silence. Their heat seeps into the room, alongside the people's. In this place, animals and kin rest as one circle, their breath the same effort, their stillness the same waiting. Privacy does not belong here. The press of bodies leaves little choice. You hear the short burst of a cough, the stutter of a snore that breaks in half before returning to rhythm. Each sound rests nearer than arm's length, for walls and corners are too near to hold anyone apart. To resist this closeness would be to surrender the only warmth there is. It becomes its own form of comfort, an intimacy that might not be sought, but once gathered, keeps the cold further away. Hides spread wider, breath shared, shoulders pressed so near they turn into one whole shape. Solitude in this hall would mean exposure. Togetherness answers with survival. The heaviness builds as the night wraps tighter. Children's breaths rise fast, fluttering against hides. Adults sink lower, drawing air more measured, settling deeper. Animals join with shifting hooves, their bodies rustling straw. The mix becomes one rhythm, sound layered on sound until it feels like a single body sleeping across all of the longhouse. Fragile because every voice matters, secure because each voice adds to the whole. The fire remains at the centre, quiet now, its glow still enough to steady the pulse of the room. Your place is no exception. A sheepskin is pulled close around you, soft wool scratching faintly at your cheek where it hasn't been smoothed and worn. Beneath you, straw flexes and rustles, some stalks prodding awkwardly, most flattened with weight. The cold still kisses your face, but under the blanket, your ribs and arms gather warmth along with the unfamiliar bodies beside you. Your shoulders dip slack, your breath joins the same rhythm. With eyes closed, the only thing left is the faint shape of ember glow painting itself across the dark. A trace of flame, small but steady enough to promise it will not vanish through the night. The longhouse narrows into its quiet. What reaches your ears now are the small voices of silence itself. A log contracts, splitting with a soft crack as it cools. Cloth shifts faintly where someone turns on a bench. Wind whistles thinly through a seam in the thatch, pressing itself into the quiet but unable to move it. A quick snore rises, falters, then gathers again. Warmth brushes lightly against your shoulders where another body rests near. Entire lives are folded here into these whispers. Sounds so small yet enough to prove endurance inside the walls. Time drifts without measure. The large sounds of day, the rush of tending animals, the crack and call of tools, the voices of stories have fallen away. What is left is the quiet stacked layer upon layer, as straw, hide, cloth, and breath press against the cold and keep it at bay. You lie wrapped inside this fabric of warmth, the ember at your back, the weight of the fur across your chest. A final glow hovers still in the hearth, unchanged yet tender, marking the division between today and tomorrow. Beneath that faint light, the hall has become as calm as the inside of the body itself. Breath, heat, and stillness spreading across every part. The ember, the folded hide, and the measured breath form the last picture before sleep. Outside, the night thickens further, but here only patience and warmth remain, holding you towards slumber. The house has fallen inward now, waiting through hours that pass like long shadows, and in this heavy quiet, the deep night begins its hold. The deep night whispers, beginning quiet. The hall is wrapped close around its sleepers, and for the first time, the rhythm of voices and work has slipped into full stillness. What you hear now is smaller than words, the soft press of breath, the faint sigh as someone shifts under hides, the muted crack of a beam easing in the roof above. The hearth has thinned to little more than a dull glow beneath its ash, light reduced to the gentle bloom of embers. Shadows lean in from the walls until the edges of the longhouse seem to dissolve, leaving you folded entirely into the warmth and weight of bodies gathered close. Outside, night stretches wider than anything the longhouse can contain. Flurries drift unseen but steady, pinning roofs and fences beneath their slow accumulation. The wind moves in long, muted curls over the land, its voice softened into something less than storm, more than silence. In the distance, a wolf call stirs, carried thin across the dark air. Its cry does not threaten so much as remind you where the circle of firelight ends, where another world waits just past timber beams and packed earth. The longhouse holds that reminder at its edge, refusing to let it pass within. Within these walls, layers of hide spread heavy, pressing warmth into the bodies beneath them. Shapes are indistinct, contours of knees drawn inward, shoulders touching, heads half buried in fur. The air is thick with shared breath, part smoke, part damp wool, part human heat carried back and forth between lungs. You accept it as the atmosphere itself here, a closeness that feels more solid than the cold air outside. This is the pulse of winter survival, the way lives knit together until no single person bears the night alone. Time drifts strangely now, without sun or moon to guide you. The hours stretch out unevenly, drawn long and indistinct. You do not know when midnight passes or whether dawn tugs faintly behind the horizon. Each sound seems to carry farther, a cough that echoes into stillness, a slow creak as timber adjusts, the quiet shuffle of straw beneath shifting weight, lying beneath wool and skin. You sense only that darkness continues forward, with patience, no rush to part. Soon you stop trying to mark its passing. The night leaves you instead to float inside its measureless span. It is here that the true test of winter arrives. Cold can be met with hides, hunger can be softened with a bowl of stew, but the deep dark presses differently into the mind. Thought searches for distraction and finds none. Feelings of emptiness rise as heavily as snow on the roof, and you understand more deeply why earlier hours found release in song and tale. Activity, no matter how small, shields against the weight of emptiness. For as much as furs wrap the body, it is sound, story and ritual that warm the spirit. Over generations, people learn small ways to turn the dark into something bearable. This truth is written quietly, even into these embers. Though their flames lie low, their scent holds steady, the sharp, familiar edge of charred wood folded into every breath. The stones still glow faintly, storing heat until morning calls for fire's return. It matters as much in symbol as in function. To let it vanish fully would risk breaking the line between one day and the next. So it is tended, even if only as a whisper under ash. As long as something glows, there is proof that night is endured, that lineage continues, that light waits to return. You recognize then that survival is not about pushing against night, but resting inside it. Those sleeping beneath hides have long known this lesson, to entrust themselves to hours they cannot hasten, to breathe through them at an even pace, to close their eyes, not fighting the length but yielding to it. The night cannot be defeated, but it can be lived through, moment by moment, until something beyond it stirs again. Stillness itself becomes a form of strength, a quiet endurance, no less essential than food or flame. The timbered walls hold this stillness firmly. Their beams, darkened by years of smoke, rise steady as ribs around the circle within. To step outside into black air would be to feel the night's immensity unsoftened, each gust enormous, each shadow endless. Inside, the closeness bends that vastness into something shared instead. The night still carries its weight, but divided among many bodies and softened by breath, it becomes manageable. The hall itself accepts the burden, folding it into its beams and roof, just as the people inside fold it into themselves. Your mind slips outward, resisting the heavy air. A vision forms unbidden, green slopes washed with sunlight, the smell of grass rising warm beneath your feet, waves glinting in brightness rather than shadow. It is not memory alone, but imagination acting as guard. Even in these hours, you see the possibility of another season shaping itself beyond reach. This gentle, wandering thought is one of the night's most important defences. Drive too firmly against the dark, and it cannot be moved, but drift within it, and you find lift enough to carry forward. The smallest sounds return meaning when listened to this way. A roof beam cracks softly, speaking its own language as wood cools. Breath joins it all around you, soft sighs, muffled coughs, light snores, weaving lines between bodies. A goat stirs, thumping its hoof, before slowing into quiet again. Each sound marks presence, proof of life held close in the chamber. None feels intrusive, each reassures. In a season-threatening isolation, what you hear instead is nearness, delicate signals in the dark that no one inside this circle braves the night alone. Somewhere between waking and sleep, you drift in shallow cycles, your sense of time dissolving, eyes open to nothing changed, then close again. The fire is never gone, always waiting with a dull red glow against ash. This balance repeats in slow rhythms, breath the faint spark, the pressing dark. There is no edge between dreaming and lying awake. There is only the long drift of hours that cannot be named, endured rather than measured. And yet, under even this weight, ritual sits like an ember itself. Midwinter was never only the darkest point of the year. It was also marked as a turning. Families gathered, fires were lit high for Yule, oaths spoken into the smoke, meals shared with meaning larger than hunger. Not as distraction, but as a way to shape hope where darkness pressed hardest. Here in the deep night, you feel the same impulse settling, even if quiet. An ember is left for morning. A word or story remains in memory. These are not accidents, but traditions of trust placed carefully within winter's long breath. The night whispers its weight around you, almost endless, yet folded with patience learned from countless winters before. All along it carries the certainty that something larger frames even the darkest hour. You rest without thought, caught between ember and hide. And slowly a sense takes hold that this night is not only long, but also part of a deeper rhythm that has been marked for longer than memory. Something waits beyond ordinary breath, something that stirs the hall toward gathering again, not just for warmth, but for meaning. Tonight, the hall is not only a place of shelter. It glows with the weight of a season turning, a moment known for generations. This is Yule, the midwinter festival, held around the solstice when the sun sinks lowest and darkness runs longest. For several nights the people gather, not only to survive, but to celebrate the faintest promise that light will return. The unseen world outside lies frozen, but here the air stirs with something different: anticipation, ritual, and shared endurance. Feast begins with flame. Logs set aside for this season are laid on the fire until its glow climbs higher than on ordinary nights. The hearth is not just warmth tonight, it is a signal, drawing everyone into its brighter circle. As sparks leap into the rafters, the hall brightens, and the darkness outside seems to pause at the threshold. The fire's voice declares the night marked, not merely endured. Smoke carries richer scents than usual. Over flame, meat turns steadily on iron hooks. Fat marks its path downward with each drop. Hissing against the coals, sparks bursting up through the haze. The smell is heavy and sharp, filling the room with a pull that no one resists. Beside the spit, pots simmer grain porridge, this time thickened with added sweetness. Berries dried carefully in warmer months, saved for moments exactly like this. Each spoonful will feel like a gift of summer inside the long cold. Food has always been about survival, but tonight it reaches for joy. Voices grow brighter with each passing of bowls. Laughter pushes louder, steadier, and though no one forgets the dark pressing against the walls, the hall itself feels larger than ever. Feasting serves more than hunger. It answers the weight of winter with its opposite: sound, brightness, and plenty, even if built from careful stores. Here the meal becomes its own ritual, a sign that times of scarcity can still hold abundance if shared together. Drinks move as freely as food. Wooden cups and polished horns tilt above the fire, one after another. Ale comes first, brewed from the barley crop months ago and stored cool for an occasion such as this. Its yeasty sharpness cuts through the air, heavy but welcome. Mead, too, may appear golden and bright, though only in households fortunate enough to have honey stored. Where fortune allowed, its sweet strength flows, sharp against the tongue, soft into the chest. Not everyone will taste it every season, but on nights like these, whatever is poured carries more than pleasure. It marks the circle with ceremony. You notice how deliberately The cups are lifted. They are not raised without cause. A hush follows as voices give way to spoken pledges. One man stands, his face turned toward the fire, and speaks his words aloud. They do not rise quickly, but with measured weight. Another follows, quieter, yet heard with equal clarity. These are toasts, yes, but more than that. They are oaths. Sagas recall oaths sworn in Yule halls, words that bound lives beyond the moment of speech. Tonight, you hear promises shaped in much the same way. Commitments declared before the fire, before kin, before the memory that will endure. The words themselves vary. Some vow to work the soil faithfully when the thaw comes. Some promise to protect bonds of kinship, to keep faith and friendship unbroken. Others lean toward courage, future journeys, acts of resolve, a pledge not to falter in trials ahead. Each oath is shaped by the speaker's own life, yet together they form a web that binds the circle stronger. When spoken here, they do not vanish like loose talk. They rest in every ear, each flame, each beam of wood above. The house carries them forward. You can feel how deeply sound itself matters. Against the long silence beyond the walls, words plant meaning like anchors. A chant builds lightly in the background, a low hum echoed by a woman's mouth, adding rhythm to the oaths. Another figure taps bone against wood, soft, steady, less music than heartbeat. The gathering now holds two pulses, one from the fire's glow and one from the voices and sounds stitched over it. It binds the moment together, making hope tangible. The ritual is not a weight placed only on gods. It is for the people themselves to stitch hope into the long night, giving it shape instead of endlessness. Even the smallest gestures reinforce this rhythm. Near the fire's edge, a darker piece of bread is set into flame. Sparks wrap it swiftly until the crust blackens and disappears. No words follow, but you sense how closely everyone watches. It is not a waste, it is an offering, a sign that flame too receives a share, that the very heart of the hall is acknowledged. In return, the fire burns steadier, carrying light outward for human and spirit alike. Around the benches, meat is pulled into hands. Its juices run across fingers, mouths bite down with eager force. Children eat quickly, their cheeks bright in firelight, while elders chew slower, nodding into the warmth of the room. Laughter lifts and carries, and shoulders press against shoulders in ways more companionable than before. For the moment, distance does not exist. The feast has threaded everyone into one body of warmth and noise. As hours deepen, the celebration itself feels like a shield against the dark outside. Winds may still cut over snowbanks, and wolves may prowl the ridges, but inside the circle is full. Oaths sworn, meat shared, drink lifted, fire fed both body and ritual. Taken together, they push the night back, turning it from a trial into something steadier, even stronger. Winter's longest point is marked not by silence or fear, but by voices clear in firelight. You lift your own cup, and though your voice stays hidden in imagination, you join the rhythm. Your words may not carry into any ear but your own, yet that act itself binds you to the night. The ritual does not belong only to kings or to gods. It belongs first to the gathered, who let words turn dark hours into memory, promises given under these beams, last stitched now into smoke and stone alike. Even unspoken to others, yours carries forward in its own quiet way. Slowly, the fire softens. Sparks leap less often and laughter dims back into gentle voices. Bowls and horns lower, juices dry on empty platters. The circle, however, has not weakened. Its meaning has already been laid into the night. The room itself feels steadier, anchored by the acts that filled it. In their simplicity, food, fire, oaths, offering, the celebration has turned the hall into something stronger than its walls alone. You sit, hands still warm, around a cup now emptied. The glow from the embers spreads calm rather than brightness. The ritual has reached its height, and now it lets itself ease downward. Outside, the world remains deep in night, yet in a narrow slit of the roof above, faint grey begins to stir. It is not light in itself, not yet, more like a soft suggestion, a first breath that the dark has loosened ever so slightly. The vent above you shows pale grey, faint but present. The ceiling beams, once lost in darkness, return as lines and shapes against the sky. Around you, the hall stirs. A cough breaks the stillness. Straw shifts with the roll of a body beneath hides. The sound spreads slowly, one stir prompting another, the weight of night lifting as movement ripples outward. The hearth lies almost spent. Only embers cling to the stones, a frail glow without real flame. A hand nudges the ash, coaxing red to flare. Another hand lays down a log, wood scraping against the grate. Sparks rise and thin smoke curls into the vent. Flame catches again, faint at first, then steady. Each morning depends on this act, repeated without fail. The fire is rarely allowed to lapse long, for its light is not just warmth, it is the home's first breath of the day. Animals wake with the household. Hooves strike straw, horns nudge against the beams. A goat shakes its coat, sending straw scattering. A cow groans, body heavy, as it stirs upright. The smell thickens, sharp and earthy, layered over the evening's smoke. A boy gathers hay in an armful and scatters it across the ground, where heads press close to eat. A girl carries a bucket of water carefully, the rim sloshing with each slow step. Steam rises from its surface as the cow drinks deeply. This work is never paused. Every dawn begins with it, and every dusk ends the same way. Both people and animals draw on the same stores tucked away from warmer months, a measured supply that must last until the new grass returns. A rooster cries sharp and sudden. Its call cuts across the low murmurs, and lifts again in answer from another, then another. The sound does not soften. It forces itself into every corner of the hall, a reminder that rest is finished. Night is closed, even if the light outside is still dim. Children squirm free of hides, rubbing eyes stiff from smoke and sleep. Their shuffling feet join the scrape of elders, rising slower, pulling weight into tired arms. Not all move outward. An older figure sits instead by the hearth, drawing leather close to the rekindled light. Work resumes even here, stitches picking up where they fell, paused the night before. Everyone has a role in mornings like this. Tasks shift with age, but no hands go unused. The air carries cold on every breath. It bites against cheeks and curls your breath pale before fading. Still, it feels lighter than the edge of the night before. The sky outside gives its proof. Day has returned. This is not comfort so much as a different burden. The effort waiting ahead may be heavy, but daylight makes it visible, frameable, something that can be worked against. Yesterday, the dark was endured. Today, the work begins again. Each morning begins the same chores that keep the farm alive. Feeding animals, hauling water, tending tools, a rhythm as much a shield as the walls of the hall. Boots pull tight, stiff hides creaking as laces knot. A wooden door groans open, breaking its frost seal against the frame. Cold rushes inside, sharper than before, but the room answers with flame climbing higher on new wood. Smoke thickens and presses upward, steadier now. Outside, the ground lies weighted with white. Snowdrifts lean against the house's walls, their surface glazed hard. Nothing in it looks easier than what you left behind hours ago. But to see it again at all is its own kind of victory. You step into it, pushing through the wide plank doorway. Air sharpens instantly against your face, stealing heat in one breath. The fjord's stretch is pale, ice crusting its edges, its centre dark and slow. The ridges rise beyond, washed faintly under grey sky. The world has not grown gentler, but sight itself changes meaning. The outlines are visible again. You can measure the land, its strangeness dulled by being seen. Against this, the night's weight feels more distant already. Behind you, the longhouse sits low, roof curving against snow, weathered beams bent but sure. Smoke leaves the vent, marking the interior alive. You think of what it held. Walls thick with soot, furs pulled close, voices and flame pressed together against cold. It was enough. The dark did not relent, but inside, hunger was checked, silence was tempered, and cold was pushed back by closeness. The structure remained steady behind you, worn but enduring, and so do you. Daylight shows the tasks waiting. Bundles of wood lie low against the hall's side. More must be cut, carried back, split and stacked. Fences bend under the weight of snow. Animals must be watched, fed, and brushed free of chill before it eats at them. Every step on frozen ground sends a sharp crack upward, each sound marking the labour the day demands. What lies ahead is not changed by light. What shifts is your ability to face it. To live through the night is to claim proof of strength. Its passing carries you into the morning with a new measure. The door closes behind you, the house settling back into its breath. Inside, others continue their own routine, some by the hearth, some by animal stalls, some bending to fetch buckets or tools. Each act is small, feeding, mending, carrying wood. Each connects one day to the next. The night may have felt endless, but its ending proves itself ordinary. A rhythm repeated across households, across seasons, across lives. The crunch of snow under your boots carries one step forward, then another. The horizon lifts itself faintly, streaks of grey widening across ridge lines. There is no warmth in it yet, no promise of golden light, no easy glow. But it is day, and that alone is enough. Every sound in the pale air, the cry of a rooster, the shift of animals, the crack of branches beneath their frost, becomes proof the hours turn forward. The longhouse waits behind, quiet again. Yet within its beams are the remains of the night, fire tended, food rationed, words spoken to keep hope whole. These are not grand gestures. They are small acts, repeated until they grow to carry whole lives. Each morning returns to them, as each night will press back against them. Together, they mark survival not as victory or conquest, but as steady practice. As you look toward the pale rise of sky, your breath curling low into air, you feel the knowledge root deep. The hardest hours can be lived through. The longhouse carried you into the day, with fire that dimmed but did not fail, with closeness pressed from bodies and words, with work marked and repeated. These are quiet lessons, folded into dawn, reminders that survival grows first from simple patterns held without break. Fire into flame, hay into feed, word into memory, each small act balances against the dark. Ahead lies labour, behind stands shelter. Around you stretches cold, but through it runs endurance. And when you think of the ember coaxed back into flame, you see how much of life rests in such acts. That slow, patient tending can hold whole lives together until the sun returns. Thank you for drifting through the long winter nights with me. If you found comfort here, you're welcome to gently tap like or subscribe. It helps others discover a warm place to rest too. And if you'd like, share softly in the comments where you find peace when the nights grow long. You step barefoot on wet planks, still cold from the night. Someone passes dried fish, and you chew slowly, the salt sharp on your tongue. In moments, the drumbeat will begin, and the overseer's voice will call you to the oar. This day will not rise in glory, but in rhythm, the same rhythm that will carry you through hunger, work, and small comforts until night closes in again. Along the way, the crew will show you quiet tricks of survival, the little habits that make harsh water feel almost like home. And now the first breath of morning waits. If you find these quiet journeys through the past a good companion for rest, you're always welcome to subscribe and join me for more gentle history nights. And I'd love to hear in the comments where you imagine closing your eyes, whether it's on the deck of a longship, beneath the stars of Egypt, or in some small forgotten corner of history that brings you peace. Dawn on the longship comes quietly, thin light washing across damp planks as the sea rocks you awake. The wool that kept your body through the night clings heavy with moisture, and the air carries the sting of salt. Around you, shapes shift and stir, men rising slowly, pulling cloaks tighter against the bite of morning. Breath drifts pale in the chill, but voices stay low. Dawn carries its own weight, and the crew meets it in silence. The oars wait, their long handles edged by faint glimmers of light. Yet before they move, there is the small act that starts every day, the morning meal. Someone passes a strip of fish into your hand. It breaks sharply between your teeth, the salt forceful at first before softening as you chew. This is a taste you know as well as the rhythm of waves against the hull. No one eats alone here. Hands reach out to share. Pieces of fish passed from one to another. So even the weary men who wake late are fed. The food itself is meagre comfort, but the giving of it turns the moment warmer than its salt and hardness suggest. A clay cup follows, pressed warm into your cold fingers. Inside is thin broth, barely more than barley rinsed through water, yet its steam rises gently through the dawn air. You sip, and the warmth lingers longer than the flavour, though a faint trace of herbs flickers at the edge of memory. The cup is passed on carefully, returned to the hands that hold steady against the ship's sway. There is no telling how often hot meals were served. Some crews managed a small brazier or cauldron lashed tightly against the timbers so it would not spill, though historians still debate how often fire was used at sea. Iron cauldrons did travel aboard though, tied down carefully. That detail alone explains how mornings like this could bring broth across moving waters. Whatever its source, the warmth spreads through you and eases the ache of waking. For a short while, the deck feels less like bare wood and more like a table others once sat around on land. The hunger doesn't vanish. You never expect it to. But here, hunger is eased by the rhythm of eating together. The salt on your tongue, the faint heat of broth, the sound of chewing and swallowing, all of it blends into the ordinary harmony of morning. As faces lift and eyes sharpen, the stillness begins to shift. Men stretch their shoulders, rub their wrists, and cough into the cold. Slowly, the ship itself seems as if it wakes alongside you. Light climbs steadily, a pale glow brushing across the sea. Clouds stretch low to the horizon, and the first streak of colour casts itself in brief ribbons before fading into grey. A gull's cry cuts through the air, carried as a faint trace across the waves. These details root the morning, not grand banners or signals from land, only small signs stitched into the sky and water. They remind you that each day begins first with simplicity, what you can see, what you can taste, what you hold close in the hand. Rope slides softly against wood, reminding you of the work soon to follow. Some men roll their shoulders, their fingers already forming the grip they will need for the oar handles. The overseer watches from near the mast, quiet, his eyes scanning the crew. You feel the ship's planks hum faintly under you. It is the hush before the call, the quiet that is not true silence, but a waiting that holds tension in it. The broth cup is emptied, the last taste passing your lips. You set it aside, knowing the moment stretches to its end. Around you, a few younger men hold themselves straighter, their earlier hesitation replaced with steadiness. Each passing of food and warmth gave more than just relief, it gave strength. Even the tired faces gained some firmness in the jaw, some readiness to meet what comes. The act of eating binds you together, pulling men from the echo of sleep into the shared posture of duty. The wind gusts briefly across the deck, sharp enough to sting your nose. It flaps at cloaks and makes the sail whisper overhead, though the fabric hangs loose for now. The mast moans when the ship shifts. The sound of water against the hull falls into an even rhythm. It is in that sound that every man feels the hours ahead pressing close, steady pulls, sweat, and voices blending as part of the ship's beat. Morning points forward, always. The longship does not wait, it only demands. You tighten your cloak and rise with the others, knees stiff from sleeping on hard planks. Each stretch brings relief, each motion a reminder of how the night pressed on joints and bones. The oars lean upright along the dagger boards, tall, heavy, waiting like shadows against the sun. You eye their weight and know what it will mean. The longship is ready to breathe again, its rhythm only moments from beginning. Morning here is not brightness bursting wide, but steady survival. It is dried fish breaking clean between your teeth, butter scraped from a cloth, broth sipped and shared with care. It is men shifting slowly, passing cups, setting scraps aside so nothing goes to waste. The day unfolds as carefully as breath, each act anchoring you a little more firmly to the work ahead. When scraps are packed, hands harden into fists and stretch into grips once more. The silence is no longer heavy but waiting, stretched like a rope about to draw tight. The planks underfoot echo faintly, with boots finding their place. Across that stillness, you can almost feel the air sharpen, as if the next sound will slice through everything. You steady your breath. The quiet is poised to break. The overseer's voice cuts across the deck, sharp and commanding. The quiet of morning vanishes. You take hold of the oar beside you, its rough grain smoothed where generations of hands have worked it before. The wood is solid, heavier than it first appears, and warmer than the planks under your bare feet. You lean forward, resting the blade against the edge of the sea, waiting for the signal. Around you, every man does the same. No sound, only the poised weight of bodies ready. The order comes again. Row. Oars dip as one, pulling downward in a sudden rush that splits the stillness in two. The shaft pushes back, forcing into your arms with all the resistance of the water. Shoulders tighten, muscles strain, and the ship shudders forward under the force. Cold spray leaps against your legs as the blade lifts and falls again. Beside you, bodies lurch and sway in time, rows of motion, folding forward and back in steady arcs. The sound builds, the churn of water, the rub of wood against iron fittings, and the deep rhythm of men breathing in unison. The morning is gone. Now the day belongs to the oars. Wood creaks under pressure, collars grind, and the ship hums with effort. The bite of salt reaches your lips as you crack them open for breath. Already your hands ache against the grip, the skin tender, where the rough handle eats into it. Still, there is no release. Each stroke matters. If one falters, the weight shifts to another. If the rhythm breaks, the ship stumbles. Here your body's not your own. It moves with everyone else. The ache builds quickly. Shoulders burn, forearms pull tight. Lower back stiffens. But soon those sharp edges of pain blur together into something constant. No longer burning, no longer distinct. You and the others become one motion, one breath pressed hard through clenched teeth. The effort itself speaks louder than words. This is not a hall, nor even a battlefield. This is a tighter bond. Rope ties sail to mast, but the oars tie men to one another. Behind your bench another row waits, cloaks drawn close. They sip from water skins, hands flexing as they measure the rhythm and count the strokes. Their turn will come soon enough, and they watch, knowing rest is always brief. As rowers trade places, the cycle never stops, keeping the ship moving as if the sea itself demanded no pause. Viking crews often divided labour into shifts or watches, so the ship could keep forward through day and night. It was through this rotation that a vessel could cover long stretches of coast. Contemporary sources and reconstructions suggest that in the best conditions, with strong crews and fair seas, these ships might travel extraordinary distances, sometimes close to 100 miles in a single day. Such feats were rare, but possible when discipline, manpower and weather aligned. The soundscape of the deck deepens with every pull. Sweat soaks through tunics, drops falling onto planks slick with salt and dampness. The overseer's voice rises above it all, pacing to keep the rhythm firm. At times he slaps his palm against the mast, sharp, steady beats that pierce the noise of work and hold time when fatigue threatens to unravel it. Rules were strict here, but not always the same from one ship to the next. Some sagas mention lashings or harsh words, others fines or punishing tasks. Discipline was clear, but how it was carried out varied. Strictness was necessary, for without it the ship itself would falter. Now and then a low voice begins a chant. It is not melodic, not meant to please the ear. It is practical, half prayer, half rhythm, measured words repeating in time to steady arms and keep the blades rising together. Sometimes others join, weaving their voices between breaths, turning strain into something almost bearable. The chant surges and fades, not constant, but always waiting to return in the moments when sweat and muscle begin to falter. Your tunic clings wet against skin, the wool heavy with both seawater and sweat. The sun rises higher, but here in the movement you barely notice, except where light flashes against the crests of water. Your hands grip against the oarlock, your muscles whisper rebellion, but nothing breaks the pace. The body may resist, but the ship insists. The rhythm is the heartbeat around you. It cannot be missed. Without it, the hull would drift lifeless. With it, the ship becomes something alive, gliding over the sea with speed that even windless days cannot deny. The shape of the longship itself rewards the pain. Its narrow draught holds lightly on the waves, each stroke carrying it forward with more ease than its heavy build suggests. The wood and iron that make its frame may seem simple, but in motion it becomes more than timber. It becomes an extension of labour, a vessel of endurance able to skim through shallow rivers or wide seas alike. You feel that design with each pull, resistance lessened, momentum carried, the vessel rising toward its purpose. The hours are difficult to measure, rows of strokes merge, sounds collapse into one another until you no longer hear individuals, only the whole, oars slapping water in arcs, shafts shuddering in their locks, breaths punched and drawn in rhythm. Time narrows, your body aches but the ache dulls, your arms move whether you will them to or not. This is what life aboard becomes. The separation between self and ship grows thin, until the difference barely matters. Eventually, the call comes to switch. You release the oar with trembling fingers, your grip fighting to stay even as your body longs to loosen. Another man steps in at once, shoulders ready to take the burden, and the transition is seamless. You slump back, draw a swallow from a water skin, breath ragged between lips. Rest is only partial. Even seated with a cloak over your back, your mind continues in step, hearing oars hit water in a rhythm too deep to silence. The overseer remains steady, watchful. Order does not lapse. New rowers bend forward. Wood dips, the ship lunges. The deck creaks beneath them as though the rhythm itself erases whoever takes the bench. Your heart still hammers in the same beat, too sunken into the body to stop simply because your hands have let go. Light glints on the sea, brighter now, bouncing harshly into your eyes. Sweat dries cool on skin, while fresh beads replace it. The morning has passed, though you have felt it only in strokes and rhythm. Hunger creeps at the edges of your mind again, sharp, waiting. Soon the benches will trade places not only for work but for food. As the longship presses forward into the strengthening light, the thought of eating begins to matter as much as the steady swing of the oars. The sun rises higher, sharp and unyielding, and by midday its glare presses against every surface of the ship. The sea itself glitters with a heat that burns the eyes if you stare too long. With no shade to soften it, no trees, no roof, only the endless sky open above. The brightness feels like a weight. Sweat gathers quickly, stinging where oar handles have rubbed the skin raw, and the planks under your feet grow hot enough to scorch. The air holds both salt and warmth, a mix that dries your throat and draws the last coolness from your body. Work continues, but the strain now is heavier, not just in muscle, but everywhere hunger makes itself known. Each stroke of the oar lands harder on exhausted arms. Backs curve forward, shoulders tighten, and still the pace holds steady. Around you, men breathe deep and fast, their shirts darkened with sweat and spray. The smell of sun-heated tar rises sharply from the seams of the deck, and gulls trail in the sky overhead, wheeling and crying as if mocking your tethered labour. The repetition has no end. Bend, pull, push, rise, while the hunger coils tighter in your belly. Work may be demanded, but food has its own command. The hours stretch thin. Every sound becomes louder under the heat, the crack of wood in its fittings, the slap of water against blades, the grind of sweat-slicked hands shifting along the oar handles. The sail hangs slack, giving no aid, so the crew pulls every mile by muscle alone. Rhythms hold because they must. If one weakens, another carries the weight, but only for so long. By midday you measure time not as you did at dawn, but solely in breaths drawn before the overseer calls for pause. When he does, silence rushes like relief. The overseer's hand signals toward the dark iron cauldron lashed into its brace, suspended between supports so it cannot tip. Its shape is blackened with age, soot lining its edges, yet still sturdy for what is needed. Flames are not stoked openly on the deck. Instead, smouldering coals, nursed in a clay box, are drawn beneath it. A low hiss rises as water meets heat, and already the smell of broth shifts across the air, faint yet promising. Pieces of dried meat soften as they drop into the water. Barley scatters across the surface and sinks, clumping gently before breaking apart in the swirl. Bits of herbs, pulled from small store sacks tied away, vanish into the boil, leaving little more than their aroma to mark them. The scent spreading through the warm air is simple. Smoked meat, grain, salt. But to men hollow from hours of rowing, it feels like richness. Faces that moments ago bent forward under fatigue now tilt toward the pot, each man breathing deeper to catch that weight of comfort. Stores for such voyages were chosen for endurance, not delight. Grain, flatbreads, and coarse flour formed part of the cargo, but they were heavy and could sour too quickly at sea. Dried fish, salted meats, hardtack, and barrels of ale or water remained more secure. These filled bellies day after day when nothing else could. Yet now and then someone reached into a pouch, produced a few saved nuts, or pried open a cloth bag with a treasure inside. On this day, crushed hazelnuts fall into the broth, giving off a faint crackle of oil that spreads in bright film across the water's top. The pot's smell deepens noticeably, and in that moment, the ship feels less barren. Men recognize what such a small gift means. Rare as they were, simple treats gave more than nutrition. They lifted hunger into something almost like joy. Bowls appear in practiced hands, wooden and battered, and they're filled one after another without waste. The routine is steady. Ladle dipped, broth settling, passed down, another ready. You cradle yours carefully, the warmth folding through your palms. The broth is thin, not a feast but the salt of softened meat, and the grain's weight against your tongue deliver enough to feel whole again. Then there, the crunch of nut against your bite, a taste unexpected, sweet amid fatigue. Your lips curve without thinking, and someone nearby notices, chuckling in recognition of the same gift. It spreads quickly, ripples of low laughter, on a deck that only hours before had echoed only with strain. The food fills little more than half your need, but where it does not ease hunger, it stirs a different strength. For a time, shoulders lower, eyes soften, and weariness balances against quiet content. Voices rise short and unpolished, as one man mutters a joke about the broth being thin enough to see a fish swimming straight through it. Another snorts at this, flicking a husk of barley from his bowl toward him. Laughter follows, brief but real, before silence folds the crew back into softer moods. The ship has no courts or halls, no banners overhead, but here on bare planks, men find the smallest of bonds rooted in broth and shared fatigue. Water skins pass one hand to another. The drink inside is brackish, carried long since from land, but enough to coat the throat left rough from heat and salt. Each man drinks, lips touched to leather rim, then sends it wordlessly along. The ocean slaps against the hull. For a moment all sound is eased, narrowed to slurps, sighs, and the low scrape of bowls being pushed empty. The belly remains restless, but not as before. Hunger now seems less urgent, manageable, set at bay by fire and grain. This act repeats itself day after day, essential as the rowing itself. Stew like this is not made for memory, but for movement. Yet each time the pot gave more than just food. It gave a signal that life still carried on with order and care. The meal ends soon enough. Bowls are rinsed in salt water and stacked. Stray grains are brushed from planks to keep rot and vermin at bay. The overseer stands watchful, his hand resting against the mast. Beneath, the men move with slower motions, though still within the habits carved by need. Some pull cloaks tighter against bare shoulders, protecting skin from glare. Others lean back, breathing slower while their short rest lingers. Above, however, the sun shows no mercy. It climbs yet higher, pressing heat down without pause, and what freshness the broth brought burns quickly from flushed skin. Sweat returns, eyes squint as silvery water blinds them, and the horizon shimmers, empty but vast. Slowly, the oars will be lifted again, the rhythm resumed, the silence broken by command. Yet for now, there is only waiting, the pause stretched between hunger eased and labour renewed. Then, as you raise your head, the horizon's colour shifts. Against the brightness, clouds take shape, faint marks smearing across the pale line where sky meets water. They thicken while you watch, grey pressing slowly toward the longship's path. The warmth within your stomach steadies you, though what lies ahead draws something heavier into the chest. The stillness holds, but every man can feel it balanced with something gathering beyond reach. The sea does not remain calm forever. A sudden roar of wind lifts the sail, tearing through the steady rhythm of the day. The planks beneath you shift until balance feels uncertain, the longship jolting to the will of the sea. Air grows heavy, pressed with force, and the square sail strains overhead. It no longer billows in measured pulses, but lashes wildly, a beast caught in its ropes. Viking sails were made of thick, woven wool, often steeped in fat or resin to resist water, yet even this weight groans under the storm's pull. The ropes snap taut and shiver, and every man knows the calm has broken. The first waves strike without pause. One hammers against the hull so hard your shoulder slams into a beam as you scramble to steady yourself. Spray drenches you in a rush colder than any sweat, sinking through wool as if the sea itself had leapt aboard. Rain follows sharp behind it, thin needles at first, then whole sheets that erase the horizon, sky and water blurring into grey. Overhead every drop smacks the sail with a sound like hammering fists. Canvas pulls and groans, heavy with water, stretched thin against its seams. The deck turns slick within moments. Men race to catch flailing lines, sliding in their rush, waves dragging hard across their legs. Ropes lash and recoil like whips in the hands of the storm. The smell changes too. Tar, once warmed by the sun, is now swallowed under the stench of salt water and wet wool. The air raw with storm water clinging to every seam. You crouch low, clutching the railing, legs bent as the ship heaves and jerks. Each tilt of hull against wave rattles the beams, and the boat beneath you feels less like a vessel made by men, and more like a groaning frame clenched against breaking apart. Above, two figures climb hard into the rigging. Their feet scrabble across dripping beams as they clutch needles long as daggers and rope soaked in pitch. Sagging against the mast, they set broken cloth between their bodies and the rain and begin stitching where the wool has torn. Sagas describe such daring repairs. Some crews climbed aloft, even in weather such as this, though practices likely differed from ship to ship. Watching, you feel the storm erase their outlines with every spray, then reveal them again, dripping and battered, yet still pushing needles through the soaked weave. It seems impossible, but stitch by stitch they drag thread tight across fabric that should be unfixable in such winds. Thunder growls low, a sound that rolls through your bones and chest. Lightning arcs white and jagged above, blinding for a heartbeat. Faces flash pale around you, eyes wide, mouths open, but lost under the roar of canvas and wave. Orders are shouted, but few reach far. Instead, men copy one another, seizing ropes or shifting ballast, trusting the closest motion more than any voice, swallowed by the storm's roar. Rain no longer falls straight. It tears sideways, flung hard across the deck. It slaps your cheek, needle sharp, until skin burns. Every surface is waterlogged, cloak plastered heavy against your back, hands slippery on soaked line, wool darkened until its smell of grease and lanolin rises sharp. You press into it, but no warmth stirs, only the numb weight of cloth sodden and cold. Around the mast, clustered groups argue through clenched teeth. Should the sail drop now, before the storm rips it fully free, or better to trim it, keep part harnessed for control? Scholars still debate what Viking captains chose. Sagas suggest some shortened their sails to ride the wind with care, while others lowered canvas altogether, trusting oars and seamanship to steer them through. Here within the storm, certainty breaks apart into fragments. You see pointing hands, you hear straining voices, but all vanish beneath the surf of wind and wave. In your own hands, the rope cuts into wet palms, swelling and raw, slicing sharp lines where you cling. If the line bursts, the last restraint against chaos vanishes. Beside your shoulder, water streams off charms tied into the rigging, carved wood, lengths of bone wrapped in faded thread, small knots bound with cloth. Their shapes bang rhythmically against the mast. One sailor presses cold lips to his fingers, lifts them to a talisman, then spits into the rain. Another leans forehead to a carved pendant, closing eyes in brief prayer. Against the storm's scream, such actions seem too small to hold meaning. Yet in that instant, while everything else feels beyond hand or will, these gestures steady more than rope. Above, the men still mend, bodies pressed hard to staves. Bolts of lightning split across their movements, etching them in white, then vanishing them into blackness. Yet their needles bite through despite sway and spray. Crude, wet thread, clenched with stone-hard hands, dragged across slits in heavy cloth. You watch and feel the ship's whole weight measured in those motions. If the sail bursts apart, you know the vessel loses what strength remains. Two men and their threads become the fragile hinge between ship and drift. Time slips out of reach. The ship tilts, crashes, levels, only to tilt again. You grip until every finger aches, skin rubbed raw from swollen rope. The pounding in your jaw tells you how hard you grind your teeth. Above, rain hisses against patched cloth. Through all the collapse of sound, you hear faint clicks of needles sliding through threads, a softer rhythm, yet it endures. That sound becomes the balance to your fear, reminding you that not everything gives way. Wind tapers, almost unnoticed at first. The gusts stretch wider, less sharp. Rain still drives down, but its fists soften into sheets. Cries of men now reach farther. You hear more than see their movements. Slowly, sprayed beams reveal sails stitched and clumsy, yet whole. Each line tight, darkened, but unbroken. The cloth no longer lashes like a wild beast, but strains in steady groans, calmer against its ropes. The ship rights itself into long rolling arcs, heavy but survivable. Men collapse where they stand. One slides to the ground, with back slammed against a beam, chin to chest. Another grips his knees, coughing salt water into his lap. There are no cheers. No one has the strength for pride. Relief comes instead, deep as breath filling a hollow chest. Gratitude without words, felt in the glance of one man to another, each hearing the beat of heart still alive within. The storm lingers as a shadow rather than fury. Grey skies remain, the sea still rough. Rain trickles steadily, no longer sharp but insistent. Ropes hang slack, sagging like tired limbs, sails heavy yet secure. You study your palms red with swollen lines, rope burns stinging, even as rain rinses it clean. It hurts, but pain itself proves survival. Around you, men sit silent, breath shallow. They lean upon each other not out of choice but need, heads bowed where space permits. Wet cloaks drag over the planks, water pooling below. Every bone aches. Yet beyond exhaustion, another kind of still settles. The storm has broken, and what remains is quieter than silence, gentler than calm. It feels as though even the sea exhales. In that hush you notice the cold pressing harder beneath the wet. It seeps through wool and into the bones, deeper than hunger, more persistent than pain. Some draw a cloak across their shoulders, some tuck closer to their neighbour's side, all seeking to resist it in their own way. The wind carries nothing gentle with it, only chill. The quiet now is not victory, only this, the awareness that against storm or stillness alike, cold is constant, and it waits with patience. The night settles damp across the ship, and cold presses close, sharper now than hunger or any storm's aftershock. You draw your cloak forward, its wool darkened and heavy with spray. Every seam feels clammy, yet the cloth still gives some resistance, carrying the faint waxy scent of lanolin, a reminder that though imperfect, this wool was made to protect. Sailors knew a single cloak was rarely enough. Many layered tunics, pulled sheepskins across their backs, or wrapped furs at their feet. A wool could hold back much, but not everything. Warmth here is never taken for granted. It is crafted piece by piece, from cloth, from habit, from resourcefulness. The smell of that lanolin is strong, sharp in the nose, but it is a comfort too. It means the fabric holds some water out, even while dripping against your knees. Each inhaled breath tastes of grease and salt, smoke lingering from coals used earlier to soften meat. These smells weave themselves into the life of the ship. They are as steady a part of the voyage as the waves. In time, the scent ceases to repel and starts to steady you. It becomes the perfume of survival, known and oddly trusted. Beside you, a sailor leans forward and pulls something from under his cloak. At first, it looks like a stone, plain, dark, small enough to fit in a palm, until you remember. Hours ago, it lay beside warm coals, collecting heat. Now he slips it back under the wool, pressing against his ribs. No flame, no spark, but muscle and cloth warm slowly around it, and his shoulders ease as if touched by comfort few of you have felt all day. You study the trick, simple and clever, a reminder that warmth is not only offered by thick furs or open fire, but by whatever the crew can make serve. One stone carried close is enough to turn raw cold into something bearable. Others choose the warmth of company. Near the mast, men sit shoulder to shoulder, cloaks overlapping until they form one damp, heavy wall against the night. Breath mingles in small clouds, shared heat pooling where knees and arms touch. Voices here are soft, almost nothing, perhaps a tired joke, perhaps only the rhythm of steady breathing. But you feel something greater stir within it. The warmth is more than skin. It becomes reassurance, a quiet knowledge that no man holds out against the sea alone. In the hush of cold, closeness itself becomes as essential as oars or rope. You know other tricks. Some tuck heads deep into wool folds, some breathe into cupped hands, trapping steam against chilled skin. These are not cures for the cold, only replies. You have learned that no cloth, no matter how thick, shuts it out completely. Instead, you bend to it, carrying the chill without letting it break you. The body adjusts, the mind learns. Slowly, you discover that warmth is not only a thing kept or lost, but a craft maintained in motion, repeated with every layer pulled tight, every shoulder pressed close, every stone heated and passed on. Now and again, you catch the faint musk of sheepskins, fur soaked and clinging, but dense enough to keep pockets of heat inside. Toes push into their rough fleece, and while wet stink rises off them, no one cares. In each coil of damp hair, some measure of comfort lingers. Practicality outweighs finery here. What matters is not beauty, but the shield each ragged piece of hide can throw around a body. Observing the crew, you recognize the truth. Survival is pieced together, not given. Each scrap of cloth, each warmed stone, each huddle bent against the mast adds another layer against the sea's demand. As you hold your own cloak close, you feel breath gather within it. Exhaling slowly, you catch a thin warmth against your face, gone in moments, but better than nothing. You learn to stretch that moment, to fold it into the rhythm of endurance. One breath, then another, slow and deliberate. The ship teaches you that warmth can be coaxed, held briefly, released, then sought again. It is like rowing or mending rope, a skill of patience. The cold in time becomes a kind of teacher. It shows you borders, what the body can stand, and then it pulls those borders outward as new tricks form. At first you cursed it. Now you see its other lesson. By forcing men into closeness, it gives connection. By making wool and fur so heavy, it proves what careful craft can do against impossible odds. By demanding improvisation, it shows what can be achieved with so little. Cold is not something to chase away. It is something to manage, something to endure with skill. You rest your cheek against damp wool, greasy in scent, and no longer flinch from it. It feels known now, a companion more familiar than comfort from land. A hand brushes yours briefly in the huddle, and neither of you moves away. You understand the truth. Warmth rises not from grand fires, but from many small gestures gathered together. The sea tests you in storm and silence alike, but the one defence you always shape against is this: men carrying warmth, passing it, sharing it, making it from nothing but habit and will. The wind sighs through rigging, its whistle sharp against darkness. Stones cool in their turn, only to be warmed again and slipped discreetly back beneath cloaks. Coarse wool scratches cheeks, damp fur presses knees. This repetition, like every rhythm of seafaring, is what steadies life against the vastness of the water. Warmth becomes craft, and in craft there is survival. Yet as you sit wrapped close, you notice other shapes around you. Knots tied into posts, small carvings or bits of cloth swaying lightly against the mast. Even here, in the night's chill, sailors reach out to brush them with their fingers, or bow heads toward them briefly. These objects do not give heat, but men treat them much the same, held close, shared quietly, carried always. You look once more at these faint rattling charms, and sense that another kind of warmth moves among the crew, unseen but no less needed. A carved charm swings from the rigging, wet and darkened by spray. A sailor touches it as he passes, his lips moving in a whisper you cannot hear. On a deck caught between silence and work, such motions seem small, yet they settle the air around them. Belief on the water shows itself like this, quiet gestures woven into the ship as much as rope or pitch. Here, faith is not a distant ceremony, but a part of daily survival. carried into the rhythm of sea and timber. The charms themselves are plain: a scrap of cloth, a carved spiral in wood, a feather tied to bone. None are fine, yet every one is worn smooth at the edges, polished by repeated touch. When you press your own hand against the carved spiral, you feel the dent left by years of fingers tracing across it. Simple, but steady. To the maker, it is a shield, small against the vast sea, but dependable all the same. During calm, they almost vanish into the clutter of the ship. Ropes sway, cloaks hang, and the eye ignores them. But as soon as clouds thicken or cold creeps across the deck, gazes return. One man reaches briefly, another glances, and the act spreads, like a signal across the benches. Fear calls belief to the surface. In stillness, it lingers quietly. In danger, it rises clearly. When storms strike, no one divides prayer from labour. To steer straight is to keep eyes on the horizon, yes, but also to grip the charm tied at the mast. Rope, oar, and faith. Each tool fits into the other. Even when conditions soften, that lesson remains. The sacred and the practical are carried here side by side. Navigation itself reveals that blend. Stars guide when visible, as do the sun's angle, or the flight of birds and the lines of waves. Crews also watch for hints in cloud colour or driftwood. Scholars debate whether sunstones, transparent crystals that catch and polarize light, were widely used. Some finds and modern trials suggest they might have helped track the sun on cloudy days, though evidence leaves the answer open. Whether common or rare, rituals and small tools supported skill together, never in isolation. You hear voices over the rolling sea. One sailor mutters Thor's name, his hand cut in a brief line through the air. Another breathes softer, invoking Odin, the wanderer who traded sight for wisdom. A third whispers toward the water itself, words for the spirits imagined below. None of these prayers are raised in trumpet sound. All are kept close, almost pressed against the ears of those nearest. Out here, the shared wish is clear, strength enough to survive what shifts beneath and around. The effect carries through the crew in posture more than in words. Back straighten after a prayer, arms seal tighter around ropes. Faith is not only for an unseen God, it is carried between men. To see one sailor touch a carved bone, then spit over the side, is to be reminded that he claims strength for all. The gesture is quick, practiced, part of the ship's order. Actions like this are repeated so often they become instinct, laws of habit as binding as commands from the overseer. Rituals like the spit over the rail or a muttered name serve two purposes. They reach outward, yes, but they also draw inward, steadying the one who acts. They are not empty theatre. They work as practical and psychological craft, calming nerves, restoring rhythm, unifying effort. Out here, one extra breath free of panic may prove as valuable as oars in the water. The rain swallows the spit and rushes it away toward the sea, yet the act lingers in memory. These rituals stitch their meaning deep into the deck. They remind hands of motion, give the body something familiar, and in return, fear lessens. No miracle follows. Some men truly believe in divine judgment, others simply practice these habits because they bring steadiness. Either way, comfort is found. When the wind settles, the evidence of belief remains. Amulets drip then dry stiff in the air. Bones pale against dark mast beams. Cloth clings, dried hard by salt, until faded threads crack. Yet they are not removed. These objects hang as constant as water barrels or meal bowls. Faith outlasts the storm. Sailors touch them again, before work begins anew. Bow heads briefly before grasping oars, or tighten fingers around pouches tucked at the belt. Practice becomes as normal as eating bread or drinking from a skin. From the benches you notice how rituals fold themselves into rhythm. A whisper with a rope pull. A charm touched before hammering a nail into plank. These quiet acts do not slow labour. In truth, they lengthen it, extending the strength of many men joined. Without them, work would seem harder, breath shorter. With them, courage stays longer than hunger or cold would normally allow. Belief makes the ship one body. Nothing about it appears grand. Voices stay low, hands move lightly. No sailor boasts of it, and no crowd gathers to listen. Instead, belief exists in flickers, a charm brushed, a murmured word, a breath pressed into cloth. This smallness gives it weight. Its strength is not in volume, but in how little it needs to exist. It is unseen, yet the crew leans into it moment by moment. As light wanes, fatigue pulls faces downward. Cloaks sag heavily on shoulders. Rain has left skin pale and lips cracked. That is when voices emerge again, but not in secrecy. At first slow, like ripples, then stronger. Men begin speaking together in little groups. They recount fragments of a story, offer short prayers aloud, laugh at slips in the telling. Faith has steadied fear, and now the need is no longer only survival, but renewal. A different voice begins, carrying words outward instead of inward. Across the deck, crews shift close. Charms still sway above, but the space transforms. Where belief gave bond in storm and silence, spoken tales begin to draw it further, gathering each man into something larger than himself. You sense the next part of their ritual life emerging, not whispered to the gods alone, but carried between each sailor. The quiet gestures that steadied the ship open into the sound of voices rising, uniting the crew in rhythm beyond the pull of oars. And so, when labour stills for a while, the deck does not remain mute. Something stirs in the air, carried now not in secret charms, but in laughter, story, and shared rhythm. What begins soft grows stronger as men lean closer, as night presses in, and they seek warmth of another kind. The same space that carried ropes, charms, and whispered prayers now begins to carry voices more fully, lifting what belief has steadied, turning it into sound that can fill the ship. When labour fades and the ship grows quieter, something gentler rises in its place. Voices drift across the deck, lifted not by command but by choice. At first it is soft, like a low murmur along the benches, then fuller as men lean shoulder to shoulder. The steady creak of planks seems to change in tone, carrying the sound differently, as though the ship itself listens. Slowly it shifts into more than timber on water. In these moments, the ship becomes a hall. The first story comes without announcement. A sailor clears his throat, his voice roughened by salt spray, and tosses out the thread of a tale. He speaks of a king so proud that his crown lit up the sky. Another quickly interrupts to say it was no crown at all, only an iron pot worn upside down. Low, rolling laughter follows, easy and tired from the day, but rich with release. You watch the way the men smile, not only at the image, but at how these stories grow with each voice. Truth may drift, but it does not matter. Out here, truth can be heavy. Laughter keeps it light. Exaggerated tales follow close behind. One man gestures to the horizon, claiming a serpent larger than many ships once slid over the waves. He stretches his arms until his shoulders shake, swearing the beast circled an island and trapped sailors inside its coils. Younger men shift uneasily, as though the creature might rise from below at any moment. Older ones shake their heads, smiling faintly, but none speak to undo the story. The sea is wide enough for mystery, and a tale is allowed to carry more than fact when fear already waits in the dark water. From heels and spoons, a rhythm grows beneath the voices. Someone strikes a bowl with a piece of wood, another taps his boots against planks, and soon a rolling beat surrounds the gathering. It is not music shaped for halls of kings, but a steady ground for hoarse voices. They begin a chant, uneven at first, then stronger, as more join. Sagas fall into the spaces left by the day's silence. Heroes who wrestled with giants, gods whose choices bent the fate of men. Archaeological finds and saga texts tell us that such songs and stories were part of daily life, both at sea and on land, binding work and memory together, carrying values across generations. Here those old echoes settle over the ship and hold the crew close. One tale paints a sea, formed out of a giant skull. Another turns to a warrior, lost in ice, who found his courage in trickery as much as in strength. The words are bold, but the delivery is slow. Voices cracked with labour, steady rather than rousing. Boots and spoons keep the beat while chants climb and fall in waves, each man pushing a little more sound into the night. You notice the deck itself hums with it, not from the sea this time, but from the collective press of voices. It feels less like noise for passing time, and more like a makeshift shelter raised from sound itself. Between stories, teasing rises. Nicknames carry from one end of the benches to the other. A younger sailor who stumbled during the last storm is named Seagull, the laughter gentle rather than sharp, as if he might take flight at the next strong gust. Another earns Bear, teased for both his size and the groan of his snore. These names sting for only a moment before softening into quiet bonds. In the roughness of the sea, such joking is less insult than invitation, a way of saying you belong here with us. The laughter has a different feel now than it did at the stories. It is quieter, closer to a hum of relief. Jokes soften memory. They do not erase it. Where the storm once pressed fear down into silence, now humour presses it aside. Laughter cannot stop the sea, but without it, men would feel the silence sink too heavily on their backs. Each low chuckle is a rope tied against despair. As the beat of spoons continues, you feel the sound move deeper into the body. Feet stomp. Planks vibrate under your touch. The mast, tall and central, stands like a pillar in a hall. In this way, space is reshaped. Planks become flooring, the mast a beam. Sound the smoke trails upward into rafters. You sit within it and see each voice as a reminder of belonging, drawn across the deck with no less meaning than stone halls at home. Young eyes take all of this in. Wide and intent, they lean forward at sagas of spirits, or chuckle quickly at the weight of nicknames. They do not ask for explanation. The stories themselves carry their meanings. Courage is folded quietly into each word, laughter teaching a language of endurance as well as any command. The older men know what is being taught. No lecture is given, no warning spoken. Instead, the lesson passes gently, bone to bone, across rhythm and story. You notice how the mood softens as stories shift from gods and heroes towards smaller things. A man speaks of his hearth fire, smoke so thick his eyes watered each morning. Another remembers the sound of sheep in spring, wool thick in his hands. These are not sagas, they are details of the home. For a moment the ship folds around them warmly. The smell of damp wool remains real. The ache of shoulders does not fade, but the sound of familiar memory bends them lighter. You hear sighs among the group, quiet, unembarrassed, shared. As the voices stretch thinner, rhythm slows, spoons settle, bowls are laid aside, and only murmurs remain. Songs do not break off with a shout. They fade like smoke trailing off into the air. Cloak shift back over shoulders. A cough rises here. A yawn stretches there. You realize the ship is quieting again, though differently now. The silence at last eases against you because it carries something inside it. Layers of sound and story settled like embers. The ship remains a hall, not in stone or timber, but in the way voices linger, even after they end. Above, the sky changes. Thin stars push slowly through, where the cloud has pulled apart. The mast rises tall against them, a darker shape set against faint points of light. Men lean or lie back, heads lowering into cloaks, bodies pressed side to side. The hall slowly dissolves, and yet warmth remains, not in the air, but in the memory left by voices just spoken. The deck feels less empty than before, filled by the presence of story. The planks cool while you settle, and the hush of night grows wider. Your back finds the rough wood. Your shoulders brush against others nearby. Space closes tight again, yet the hall lingers in your mind, steady as lantern flame. Around you, laughter dwindles into a murmur, voices faint as tired breath. Soon the noise of the day recedes, and the ship becomes less a gathering place than a kind of long, narrow bed, holding every sound within it. The sagas and songs have given what they could, leaving you with their rhythm still faint in your ear. Now the deck stills. Above, the sky presses open, wider than the sea itself. One by one, men shift into rest, making what shelter they can out of worn wool and shared closeness. Their voices blend with the creak of ropes and the hush of waves, not in triumph, but in release. The hall fades back into a ship, and though silence returns, it no longer feels empty. It feels as though the wood itself carries the memory of words spoken into it, holding them safe in the mast and benches. Around you, breaths deepen, the closeness undeniable, as every man folds into a space no larger than the outline of his cloak. Privacy is gone, yet the night sky spreads wide above, and you feel the slow weight of stars begin to open over the sea. Night steadies itself around the ship, carrying you into hours ruled only by stars. You lie against the hard planks, pressed among bodies that leave little room for stretch or comfort. A knee brushes your ribs, an elbow rests too near your shoulder. The deck beneath is unyielding. Sharp joins in the wood bite no matter how you shift. Some men lean against their shields, others curl tight on cloaks. Historians debate whether hammocks were ever tried, but sagas more often recall sleep snatched on bare planks, cloaks drawn close, a body folded wherever space allowed. The wool you wrap tight scrapes the skin, damp at its edges. Its lanolin scent lingers, sharp and familiar, yet it does little to hide the itch of lice that spread easily in such close quarters. Men sometimes carry combs, passing them quietly from hand to hand, scratching lines against their scalp before easing back into restless stares. These discomforts never vanish. They become part of the night, part of what must be carried like hunger or cold. Each man bears them in silence, because there is no choice otherwise. Yet above all this, the sky spreads vast. Clouds torn loose by the storm draw away until the night reveals its deeper map. Lines of stars stand bright, stitched like threads against black. Some gleam steadily and sharply, others scatter, as faint as dust. You trace the shine of the Milky Way, faintly arching across like pale breath pulled wide across the heavens. And there, strong and constant, the North Star steadies its place. It hangs unmarred by drift, unmoved where the rest turn and slide. Your eyes return to it again and again, finding it almost luminous against the body's weariness. The helmsman's watch never loosens from that same point. His hands press against the long steering oar, his gaze locked northward, as though he reads not a star, but a carved mark fixed ahead. Each tilt of the hull corresponds with the line he holds, steering by practice as much as by sight. The North Star holds a special weight in this company, a guide not only for course but for spirit. Even those not at the rudder glance toward it from time to time, their breath easing afterwards, as if reassured that direction still exists in so wide and shapeless a dark. But steering never relies on a single light alone. Navigators folded many signs together. Stories tell that men watched for the way birds wheeled overhead, used the change of cloud colour, followed the lines of swells in water. Islanders knew the song of distant coasts carried differently across waves, and sailors remembered it. At night, the stars gave direction more securely, yet experience wove with memory to complete the path. Scholars remind us that Vikings did not map constellations with charts as we might imagine. Instead, they learned routes by familiarity, the shapes of stars stitched into tales, the habits of weather recalled through practice. This seamanship was trained and inherited, somewhere between instinct and long apprenticeship. The sounds surrounding you keep the night alive. The ship never grows quiet enough to call it silence. Planks creak and protest softly under their load. Ropes tap and snap lightly, smacked by wind or slack water drops. The sea licks at the hull in a steady rhythm, a background sigh never lost, even in a storm. Around you, men breathe in half snores, rasps and murmurs, layered one atop another, until their rhythm takes on its own music. Someone coughs once, muffled, another shifts, cloak rasping against wood like dry leaves. The ship carries these noises through every man's half-sleep, and the pattern itself becomes like rowing by day, constant, anchoring, beyond decision. Still, true sleep resists you. You turn, but wood edges bruise your hip. You toss only to meet another's legs stretched across space. The cloaks are clammy blankets, holding wet close instead of warmth. Memory stirs of straw and smoke, of beds built firm on land, but here there is only plank and sky. The motion never relents either. Longship sways pull you up and drop you down in slow, ceaseless arcs. Rest must surrender to it. You learn night by night that sleep comes not because you seek it, but because at last you cannot resist. You itch again at your throat and scalp, fingertips hunting at small irritations. Beside you, another man lowers his hood and combs fast through his hair, the teeth of bone or horn clicking like a quiet metronome. All understand, all ignore. Lice are not insult at sea, they are company. What matters is that fatigue rises stronger until fingers slow, then drop, leaving the task unfinished, as the sailor's eyes close by sheer demand. Exhaustion outweighs discomfort, as dawn does darkness. Not all voices fall to quiet so quickly. Some men whisper still. Prayers drift like threads. Thor, Odin, Njord, their syllables caught and then snatched away by the open night. Others speak only to the sea itself, as if confiding in a neighbour, listening close at hand. They mutter assurances or thanks, clipped phrases pressed under breath. Alone they might seem empty. Together, woven in the dark, they carry like netting beneath the hull, holding the ship safe in its course. You listen, without intent, yet find lips moving too, your own scraps of words rising simply to ease the silence. Prayer becomes a rhythm as much as a rope or an oar. Stars sharpen as the air clears cold. Now forms show themselves more plainly. A hunter lifts his bow, a serpent winds the wave's edge, a shield broadens its arc. Shapes known by story settle into view overhead. You recall fragments from earlier chanting, heroes set against giants, sagas sung low beneath spoon beats, and feel them mirrored above. It is not imagination. Men told these stories to keep the sky familiar, to stitch the vast night into something named. Up here, worlds are inked by light only, without page or pen. Yet memory makes them steady. The crew lives between wood below and patterned dome above, tightened between planks and stars alike. Time becomes shallow in such hours. Some men sink fast into sleep, heads pressed to bundles of clothes or propped against their shields. Others, like you, drift in half dreams, eyes half shut, then open again at the sudden roll of a wave or the shift of another's bulk, heavy against you without warning. What strikes most is not the strangeness, but the endurance, every night carried like this, day after day, without room, without ease. Still you recall the cycle, the morning's rhythm, stew served at midday, storm endured, tales shared. Routine makes even this possible. Men sleep not for comfort, but because the body folds under its own limits. Above, the starfield turns. Slowly, each pattern shifts its place, wheeling over hours, though one always holds. The North Star fixes steady, its calm circle anchoring the rest. That light threads through all men, even as they close worn eyes. The helmsman remains at his post, body firm, patience locked, holding course along that still mark, while every sound around him softens into slow breath. You glance once more and see not only skill, but quiet trust, the assurance that someone keeps watch steady as dawn pulls closer. Eyelids drop and stay closed. Your body bends tighter in a cloak, shoulder pressed against a plank, cheek angled into the warmth of another's back. The smell of wool is sharp but familiar, scratch stinging the chin, yet you no longer lift it away. Fatigue drapes heavier than cold, finally commanding surrender. Prayers blur into a dream, words tangling with visions of sagas retold. In memory's haze, sea serpents swim beside sheepfolds. Gods stand under hearth-fire smoke. Your mind accepts confusion easily, sinking into collapse. Sleep lands not with comfort, but like a weight pressing down. You do not enter it freely. It seizes you when strength expires. With eyes sealed, you drift into rhythm, partnered with the ship itself. Planks creak gently beneath. Waves hush and slap outside. Breath joins the steady chorus around you. Night itself thickens across the vessel, the ceiling of stars glimmering distantly, light enough to mark yet far beyond reach. You remain pressed close to others, space stripped away, but still the demand of rest folds every man. Sleep rules here with certainty, as plain as rowing or eating. Morning sharpens into clarity when a dark line rises steadily on the horizon. A sailor's cry breaks first from the bow, and soon men push past one another to see for themselves. Cloaks flap open, eyes narrow into the dawn. Some murmur, others laugh, but their gaze is fixed on that thin, jagged edge where water ends. Hills, trees, something solid against the endless grey. After so many days adrift, land has shape again. The mood on the ship shifts quickly, though not with shouting or songs. Its change is quieter, like warmth released into long-tired muscles. Shoulders straighten, A few men run rough hands through long beards, tugging loose tangles into shape. Others pull at cloaks, drawing the fabric tighter, adjusting how it hangs. Weapons are checked with firm hands, sword hilts gripped, shield rims run with a simple tap. It is not vanity, but care. The sea stripped all softness from their appearance, yet in sight of land, every man seeks to stand forward as himself again. Not as a survivor alone, but as someone fit to trade, to speak, to be regarded with respect. As the coast grows near, shapes show more clearly. Cliff ridges lift against the sky, with darker bands of forest drawn into their skirts. Birds wheel above, pale wings stretched wide. The light falls fresh on the stone, gold pressed against damp grey. You lean into the railing and inhale, and there it is, the smell that breaks you open. Earth damp and heavy, rich as wet soil turned fresh by a plough. The men catch it too, noses lifting in unison. Their breaths deepen, ribs pulling wide as though new life fills from the centre lone. After weeks of brine and smoke and sweat, the smell of soil feels impossible. And yet here it is, carried across the bow. Voices break across the deck, full and uneven. Not sagas sung, not chants, just sharp bursts, laughter twisting from strain into brightness. A name is barked, another answers with a shout, pulling gear closer. Oars slam hard into water, but not with grim endurance. This rhythm is sharp, cut quickly with urgency. Each pull drives the ship faster toward the shore. The overseer barely needs command. The men move by hunger alone. The hull lunges forward, as though the wood itself longs for sand. The bow grows crowded, ropes untangled, shields stacked tight, baskets drawn into reach. Goods pressed safe in bundles are lifted ready. Leather cinched close to keep them dry. Each tool gains meaning again. Rope for hauling, axe for lifting timbers. Blade not for fighting yet, but for shaping what lies ahead. Every movement sharpens, no strokes idled. The ship becomes preparation, each man bent toward arrival. Land waits, and with it, water to drink, food to gather, soil to claim. The inlet pulls open, shoulders of rock shading a calmer pool of tide. Oars dig their final thrust before the jolt comes, sudden, rough, scraping. The grind of keel on sand and stone, a shiver runs the length of timber, boards moaning like old joints under weight. But then it steadies, stilled by earth. The vessel lies locked after weeks of endless drift. A stillness thicker than silence settles across it, broken a heartbeat later by the storm of men lunging over its sides. Boots slap into shallows, water splashing high. Men stumble quickly, knees near buckling, as solid ground resists their weight. Motion gone, balance must relearn itself. Some crouch, others grip spears to steady their stride. Shouts crack out, mingled with laughter that rises without shame. The wobble is part of the arrival, each stagger a sign of what the sea could not break. You leap down with them, boots snagging deep into wet sand. Soil holds you, firm against tremble, and your chest pounds as if the earth itself pressed life back into muscle. The scent rises sharper here, rich dirt, damp stone, the tang of plant and moss. Some men kneel without thought, dragging black soil into fists. They clutch it tight, smear it across hard palms, crush it into cracked skin. One spits and curses, voice raw from disbelief. Another bows low to press lips into mud. Not in worship, but in raw hunger for earth itself. Someone calls, pointing inland to the trickle of water feathering down rock. Your legs sway even as they drive forward, racing toward the source. At the stream's edge, men drop to their knees, pushing faces into running water. Cupped hands dart quickly, lifting them hard and fast to mouths. The gulps thunder, wrung from throats that had long sung hoarsely for salt alone. It runs clean, fresh, sweeter than any feast. It cuts the tongue alive. You kneel and drink too, lips split wide, letting the current wash away more than thirst. Cold floods deep into the chest and belly, spreading as though the body itself reclaims its strength. Around you laughter stumbles into silence, broken by the low sound of sighing, a release so profound it echoes across the cove. Still, caution presses through. Eagerness fades into glances sharp to the tree line, hands pulling weapons closer. The sagas made it clear, land does not always greet you as a friend. Markets could open into exchanges of silver and grain, furs passed warm from one hand to another, but land could close just as fast, answering strides with spears aimed from shadows. The crew senses both truths. Even in joy, eyes cut across ridges, watching for what moves. Relief breathes close with fear, joined like an oar stroke to a tide. Some kneel again to mark the moment, a bead pressed into mud, a strip of wood pushed upright in wet sand. Whispers lift toward gods, low, private, yet heavy with gratitude. The sea has not killed, the storm did not break them, and for this, earth must hear its thanks. Ritual takes form, not with grandeur, but with spit cast into soil, words pressed soft into morning air. It is habit and hope, folded together, anchoring first steps on ground as firmly as prayer once anchored them at sea. Soon work stirs again. Cargo slides down, bundles pressed into the earth, baskets left open for what forage might give. Tools lifted, axe, hammer, blade, each ready not for glory, but survival. By habit men spread, assessing coast and growth. Eyes tilt both outward and inward. Trade waits beyond here, furs carried to exchange, pale amber glinting in bags, even a sprig of dried fruit pressed into a pack. Each item meant to open new doors, to draw silver and grain in return. The sagas hinted often at this. Voyages turned not to conquest alone, but to exchanges stitched quietly across lands. Here, with shore steady underfoot, you smell possibility as clearly as earth in your palm. You turn once looking at the ship. Its frame lolls eased, hull half buried into the beach. Timbers stretch and creak softly, as if unbound at last from restless water. It no longer lies taut with strain. Instead, you see it as a tired friend. Resting heavy upon soil, it has longed for as deeply as those it bore. Men scatter outward to tasks, but you pause, hand lifted and pressed against its side. The planks are cold, wet, scraped raw, but steady. The gesture carries memory of all it bore. Storm, hunger, rhythm, silence. It too has reached land. The steadiness under you feels unfamiliar still. Your legs continue to tremble slightly, uncertain how to trust the ground that does not shift. Yet balance returns one breath at a time. Hunger stirs in the belly. Body aches remain, but a calm settles deeper. This moment is not wrapped in song or triumph. It arrives quietly, yet with more weight than any glory. Your hand sets deep into cool soil by your boot. Fingers curl, black grit clinging under nails. Tight in your palm, land proves itself real. The sea lies only steps behind, its horizon unbroken, but now distant. Men still cough against brine lodged in their throats. Cloaks hang dark, still heavy with salt, but already they bend into tasks of survival. Laughter rising in scattered bursts mixed with measured watchfulness. The moment does not erase hardship, nor promise safety beyond what the day can keep. What it offers is smaller, firmer, the earth beneath you, the scent of it filling your lungs after weeks of water. That is enough. Your body eases for the first time in many days. Each sound, clatter of blades, soft speech among men, the trickle of running stream, settles the air around you. The day stretches open with task and uncertainty. Yet for these breaths, you stand rooted. The soil grips you tight, and with it comes a steady thought that this is what all the rowing and waiting has earned. From here, new burdens will rise, but for now, the planks and waves belong behind. You press your palm once more into the black soil, letting it cling cool against your hand. It will stay there a little longer, carried with you. The sea's rhythms remain inside, but here the ground anchors them into something steady, something still. In this pause you feel not triumph, but the quiet balance of arrival, holding you firm before the long wait of life resumes. A day on the longship is not marked by heroes or grand tales. It is long hours of rowing, salt on your lips, and hands rubbed raw against heavy wood. It is thin broth passed carefully from one man to the next, laughter rising softly in the middle of fatigue, and charms pressed to rope for courage when storms turn the sea wild. Warmth survives in cloaks, in shoulders pressed close, in the low weight of songs that echo across planks until silence feels easier. These small rhythms, shared work, shared faith, shared rest, become the heartbeat that carries life forward. They form the bond that turns endurance into something more than survival. Each quiet act a thread holding the ship together. If this calm journey was a comfort to you tonight, you're welcome to return. Consider subscribing, and we can drift once more to other days long past. What makes you feel safe at night? For 1200 years, Dubliners have asked the same question, and the answer keeps changing. When Viking raiders prowled the edge of the Liffey, safety meant thick walls and watchful eyes. When famine struck, safety was the scrap of bread in a shared tenement room. When revolution came, safety vanished entirely. Tonight, you'll walk beside the river through each of these eras, feeling how shelter, warmth, and a sense of belonging shifted with the centuries. Yet through it all, the need for rest stayed constant. We begin where the river meets the sea, where the first sounds of night carried both promise and threat. Before we settle in, if you enjoy these relaxing journeys into the past, like the video and subscribe for more quiet history evenings. If there's a part of today you want to let go, or a memory tonight brings back, share it below. Now let's get comfortable and ease into tonight's journey. You hear the creak of wood against water before you see anything. The sound drifts through the darkness toward your small timber house, and your hand pauses on the door frame. It could mean trade ships arriving with goods from across the sea. It could mean raiders. In Dyflin, the Viking settlement we now call Dublin, the River Liffey carries both promise and threat to your doorstep every single day. Your house sits close enough to the water that you can smell it. The salt and fish, the wet wood of the docks, the tang of seaweed at low tide. You chose this spot deliberately. When traders arrive with amber from the Baltic or silver from the east, you want to be among the first to know. Your family makes its living from the river's traffic. Your father repairs boats, your mother trades cloth, and your brothers help with cargo. The closer you live to the water, the better your chances of eating well. But closeness means vulnerability. You remember the stories your grandmother tells about raids that came in the night, how boats slid silently up to shore, and men poured out before anyone could raise an alarm. She was a child when it happened to a settlement upriver. By morning, Half the houses stood empty. The survivors moved their homes back from the water's edge, but they also moved away from prosperity. So you and your neighbours made a different choice. You organised watches. Every household takes a turn. Tonight, it's your uncle standing down by the docks, his silhouette barely visible against the darker mass of the river. When you finish securing your family's boat, you walk over to stand with him for a while. The day's work weighs on your shoulders. You spent the morning hauling timber, the afternoon helping patch a trader's hull, and the evening cleaning fish your sister caught. Your hands smell of pine sap and salt. Your back aches, but you stay with your uncle, keeping him company, because this is how your community survives. No one watches alone. Your uncle points to a light moving slowly upriver. You both stand still, listening. The rhythm of the oars sounds steady, unhurried. After a moment, a voice calls out in Norse, identifying the boat, asking permission to dock. Your uncle calls back. The tension in your chest loosens. Just a late trader, delayed by headwinds, arriving after dark because the cargo was too valuable to risk leaving on the coast overnight. You help tie the boat. The trader's crew is exhausted, grateful for safe harbour. They'll unload in the morning, but tonight they just need rest and security. Your uncle marks their arrival in his memory. Another boat accounted for. Another peaceful arrival. Walking back to your house, you pass other families preparing for sleep. Smoke rises from roof holes as cooking fires die down to embers. You hear a baby crying, a dog barking at something in the shadows, and a woman singing softly. These are the sounds of safety, of a settlement that made it through another day intact. Inside your home, your mother has kept food warm. Barley porridge with a bit of butter, bread, and a piece of smoked fish. You eat slowly, letting the warmth spread through you. Your father asks about the late trader, nodding when you describe the cargo. Cloth from Francia, amber, and some sealed clay jars that probably hold wine. Good goods. It means tomorrow will be busy with trading. It means income. Your sister sits by the small hearth, mending a net by the light of a tallow candle. The smell of the burning fat mixes with the smell of the river that clings to everyone's clothes. She worked hard today too, checking her fishing lines before dawn, then spending hours preserving the catch. Her hands move with practiced confidence, even though she's half asleep. Your younger brother is already asleep on his pallet, his breathing deep and even. He spent the day learning to carve ship patterns into wood scraps, practicing the skill your father hopes to teach him properly. His small hands are blistered from gripping the knife too hard, but he was proud of his crooked attempts. You lie down on your own sleeping pallet, pulling a wool blanket over yourself. The floor is hard-packed earth, cold even through the layers of hides and fabric. Through the walls, you can still hear the river. The sound never stops. Sometimes you wonder what it would be like to live inland, away from the water's constant presence. But you know you'd miss it. The river is how your family eats. It's how traders find your settlement. It's how goods flow in and out. How your small community stays connected to the wider world. Your father banks the fire, burying the coals in ash so they'll stay alive until morning. Your mother checks that the door is properly barred. These are the rituals of night in Dublin, securing what you have, making sure your family is safe, trusting that your neighbours are doing the same. Outside, the watch continues. Someone is always awake. Someone is always listening. You think about the trader's boat, safely tied now, its crew settling down to sleep just like you. You think about your uncle, still standing watch, his eyes on the dark water. You think about all the other settlements along the coast where people are making the same calculations you make every day. How close to live to opportunity, how to balance risk with reward, how to protect what matters while still reaching for more. The river keeps flowing, your community keeps watching, and somewhere between danger and prosperity, you found a way to rest. But the settlement is growing. More traders arrive each season. More houses crowd the riverbank. Soon the simple timber walls and shared watches won't be enough. The rhythm of life here is changing, and with it, the ways you'll need to protect yourselves when darkness falls. By the time stone walls rise around the city, the rhythm of your nights has changed. You walk through narrow lanes as the sun fades, and one by one, small flames appear in windows. A city is lighting itself against the dark. The walls that surround Dublin now stand solid and reassuring, defining a boundary between safety and everything beyond. Inside them, the Liffey flows through the heart of a protected space. Outside them, the world feels uncertain. The river still smells like it did this morning, a mix of fish, wet stone, and something less pleasant. You spent your day working near the water, and the smell followed you home. The Liffey carries your guild's goods during daylight hours. Boats bring wool, timber, and salt. They leave with leather, metalwork, and cloth, but the same river also carries waste from every household, every workshop, every stable. By evening, when the current slows, the smell settles over the lower streets, like a blanket you can't shake off. Your hands still ache from the day's labour. You work in a tannery near Wine Tavern Street, and the job leaves its mark on everything you touch. Your clothes smell of the lime pits. Your skin feels rough no matter how much you scrub. You spent hours today, scraping hides, your back bent over the wooden frame. The master tanner checked your progress twice, nodding both times. Good work means steady income. A steady income means your family eats. Around you, other guild workers are closing their shops. You hear the thud of heavy shutters being pulled across openings, the scrape of bolts sliding into place. A blacksmith across the lane banks his forge, burying the coals deep so they'll stay alive until morning. His apprentice sweeps the floor, gathering metal scraps into a basket. The boy's face is smudged with soot, his movements slow with fatigue. You reach your own home as the church bells ring for vespers. The sound rolls across the rooftops, marking the end of the working day. These bells have governed your hours since childhood. They tell you when to wake, when to stop for a meal, and when to begin closing up. It's comforting to have that shared structure. You always know what time it is, even without seeing the sun. Inside your house, your wife has already lit a tallow candle. The flame is small but steady, casting a circle of warm light across the single room. She's been home longer than you, finishing her own day's work earlier. She sews for wealthy families in the Liberties, and today she completed a tunic for a merchant's son. The payment will help, though it's never quite enough. She sets a bowl of pottage on the table, barley and onions, thickened with a bit of bacon fat. The smell makes your stomach tighten with hunger. Your children sit near the hearth, the oldest helping the youngest eat. Your daughter is 9, already learning to spin wool. Your son is 6, still young enough that his main job is staying out of trouble. He asks about your day and you tell him about the hides you worked, the careful scraping that can't rush, or the leather will be ruined. He listens with half his attention, more interested in the bread your wife is slicing. The candle's light doesn't reach the corners of the room. Shadows pool there, thick and soft. You eat slowly, letting the warmth of the food spread through you. Your wife talks about the merchant's wife, how particular she was about the stitching on the tunic. Her frustration is quiet, but real. She's proud of her work, and having it questioned stings. After the meal, your wife washes the bowls in a bucket of water drawn from the public well this morning. Your daughter helps dry them, stacking them carefully on the shelf. Your son yawns, rubbing his eyes. The day's activities are catching up with him. You light a second candle from the first, carrying it to the small alcove where the children sleep. They settle onto their straw mattress, pulling a wool blanket over themselves. You stay with them for a moment, watching their faces soften as sleep begins to take hold. Outside, you hear the city gates closing. The heavy oak doors swing shut with a sound that echoes off the stone walls. Guards drop the iron bars into place, securing Dublin for the night. No one comes in or goes out until dawn. It's a rule everyone accepts. The gates protect you from raiders, from thieves, from anyone who might mean harm. Inside the walls, you're safe. Outside them, the night belongs to dangers you don't have to face. Your wife sits by the candle, mending a tear in your work tunic. Her needle catches the light with each stitch. The room is quiet except for the soft sounds of her sewing and your children's breathing. You sit beside her, feeling the day's exhaustion settle into your bones. Tomorrow will bring the same work, the same rhythms, the same smells from the river. But tonight, in this small circle of candlelight, your family's warm and fed and safe. The Liffey continues flowing beyond your walls, but you don't hear it from here. You're far enough inland that the water's sound doesn't reach you. What you hear instead is your wife's quiet humming as she works, the crackle of the dying fire, the gentle sounds of a city preparing for rest. The stone walls hold you. The locked gates keep watch. The candle burns steadily, and in its light you see everything that matters. But centuries from now, your descendants will know a different kind of light entirely, one that transforms the very nature of darkness itself. You stand on a newly widened street as dusk arrives, and suddenly light floods the pavement, bright and steady, nothing like the flickering candles you grew up with. The gas lamps along Sackville Street, the grand avenue they'll later call O'Connell Street, ignite one by one, their glow washing over polished stone facades and freshly swept cobblestones. You stop walking for a moment, watching this transformation. Your grandmother talked about streets so dark you couldn't see your own feet. Now you can read the signs above shop windows, even as the sun disappears. The city is rebuilding itself, street by street, lamp by lamp, into something your ancestors wouldn't recognize. Your day began before dawn in a Georgian mansion on Merrion Square. You work as a housemaid, and your morning started with lighting fires in bedrooms while the family still slept. You carried coal up 3 flights of stairs, your arms aching by the time you reached the top floor. You polished brass fixtures, helped prepare breakfast, then served it on china so fine you could see light through it. The family ate in a dining room, 3 times the size of the room you share with 5 other people. By afternoon, you were preparing the drawing room for evening guests. You lit the chandelier, arranged flowers brought in from the countryside, and made sure every surface shone. The lady of the house inspected your work, running her finger along a windowsill, checking for dust. She found none. You've learned to be careful. Mistakes cost you wages you can't afford to lose. When your work finally ended, you walked out through the servants' entrance into the early evening. The front of the house faces the elegant square where gas lamps already glowed against the gathering dark, but you exit through the back into a lane where no lamps stand. You walk quickly, clutching your shawl tight. The coins in your pocket represent 12 hours of labour. They'll buy food for the week if you're careful. They won't buy light. Now you're passing through the bright streets, on your way to the tenement where you live. The gas lamps make everything visible. Well-dressed couples stroll past, the women in silk gowns, the men in fine coats. They're heading to dinner parties, to balls, to theatres. The night has become their playground. They laugh and talk freely, their faces clear in the lamplight. They don't hurry. They don't clutch their belongings close. The light makes them feel safe, makes them feel the city belongs to them. You turn down a side street and the lamps become fewer. Then you turn again and they disappear entirely. The tenement district doesn't have gas lighting. The city's grand rebuilding stopped several blocks back. Here the streets are narrow like they've always been. The buildings lean close together. The smell of too many people in too little space hangs in the air. You know your way by memory now, counting doorways in the darkness until you reach your own. Inside you climb 3 flights of stairs. The building holds dozens of families, maybe more. You stopped counting. Each room houses a different household. You hear crying babies, coughing, arguments, and laughter. The sounds of people living on top of each other. Your room is at the back. You share it with your sister, her husband, their 3 children, and an older woman who pays a few pennies toward the rent. There's no gas lamp here. Your sister has lit a single candle, and it makes the cramped space feel even smaller. The shadows press in from all sides. You can barely see the faces of the children huddled near the small fireplace. Your sister saved you some bread and a bit of cheese. You eat it slowly, trying to make it feel like more. Your stomach is never quite full these days. Your brother-in-law worked on the docks today, hauling cargo from ships on the Liffey. His hands are raw from the ropes. His shoulders slump with exhaustion. He made enough for today, but there's no promise of work tomorrow. The dock work comes and goes like the tide. Some days there's cargo to move. Some days there isn't. Some days 100 men show up hoping for work, and only 20 get chosen. You think about the chandelier you lit this morning, how one room in that house uses more candles than your entire tenement building uses in a week. You think about the family eating their 5-course dinner while you're grateful for this piece of bread. The gas lamps outside that mansion burn all night, every night. Here you'll snuff out this single candle soon to make it last. The children settle down to sleep, curling up together on a mattress stuffed with straw. Your sister sits by the dying fire, mending a torn shirt by candlelight. Her needle moves quickly. She learned to sew fast because candles are expensive. Every minute of light has to count. You sit beside her and together you work in the small circle of brightness. The rest of the room lost to shadow. Through the thin walls, you hear your neighbours doing the same thing. Quiet conversations, small domestic tasks, the sounds of people making do. No one in this building can afford to waste light. No one can afford to let the night become a time for leisure. The wealthy in their bright squares might stroll under gas lamps, but here, darkness means it's time to stop working because you can't see anymore. You lie down on your portion of the floor, a thin blanket pulled over you. Your body aches from the day's labour. Your hands smell like the polish you used on that brass. Tomorrow you'll wake before dawn and do it all again. You'll light their fires and their chandeliers. You'll help them prepare for another evening of entertaining under bright lights. Then you'll walk home to darkness. The Liffey flows past the tenement district just as it flows past the grand squares. The gas lamps on the fashionable streets reflect in their surface, making the water gleam. But here, where you live, the river passes in darkness. Same water, same city. But the light doesn't reach this far. You close your eyes and the memory of those bright streets stays with you. Dublin has learned to push back the night, but only for some. For you, darkness still arrives exactly when it always did. And in the mornings to come, the river itself will carry a different kind of darkness, one that no lamp can illuminate. You wake in the tenement room you share with 7 others, and before you even open your eyes, the smell from the Liffey tells you it will be another day of searching for food. The stench seeps through the cracked window frame, thick and sour. The river that once carried trade goods now carries waste and despair. You've lived with this smell for so long that you notice it most in the morning, when sleep briefly lets you forget. The room is cold, winter settled in weeks ago, and there's no fuel for a proper fire. Your sister and her children are still huddled together under a thin blanket, their breathing shallow. Your brother-in-law left before dawn to stand at the docks, hoping for work that probably won't come. The ships arrive less often now. When they do, they're not bringing food. They're taking people away, families who saved enough for passage to America or anywhere that isn't here. You pull yourself up, your joints stiff from sleeping on the floor. Your stomach aches with a hollow feeling you've learned to ignore. There's no breakfast. There hasn't been breakfast in a long time. You remember when your day started with porridge, back before the potatoes failed. Your whole life was built on potatoes. Everyone's life was. Then the blight came, turning the crop black in the fields, and suddenly the thing you ate every single day simply vanished. You step outside into a grey morning. The streets are quieter than they used to be. Fewer people, fewer sounds of normal life. You pass neighbours you've known for years and no one speaks much anymore. Words take energy. You walk toward the river, hoping to find work at the quays, hoping someone needs hands to load cargo. The Liffey smell grows stronger as you approach. The water moves slowly, carrying things you try not to look at too closely. The city dumps everything here. Chamber pots, workshop waste. Things are worse than that. The river that Vikings once navigated, that medieval merchants relied on, now reflects Dublin's suffering at itself. Brown and sluggish, it barely seems alive. You stand with a crowd of other men at the dock. 30 people, maybe 40. A ship is unloading, and the foreman will choose 10 workers. You wait, trying to stand straight despite the weakness in your legs. He points at men one by one. Not you, not today. You watch the chosen ones begin their work, and you turn away before anyone can see your face. The day stretches ahead, with nothing to fill it. You walk through streets you know too well, checking the places you always check. They're empty, like they always are. Other people are doing the same thing, searching the same corners, hoping for small miracles that never come. By afternoon, your feet ache from walking. Your head feels light. You stop to rest against a wall, and a woman passes carrying a basket. You can smell bread. Real bread. Your stomach clenches so hard it hurts. She walks quickly, clutching the basket close, and you understand. You'd do the same. You return to the tenement as evening falls. Your brother-in-law is already there. his face telling you everything. No work for him either. Your sister is trying to comfort her youngest child, who's crying softly. The children don't complain loudly anymore. They've learned it doesn't help. They just make small sounds that break your heart more than screaming would. Your sister managed to get 1 potato today. 1 potato for 8 people. She's cutting it into pieces so small they barely seem real, trying to make everyone's portion look equal. You take your piece and eat it slowly, making it last. It gone in 3 bites. The taste stays in your mouth, and you try to hold on to it. Try to trick your body into feeling fed. Night arrives, and with it comes a cold that settles into your bones. There's no fuel for the fire. You burned the last of the broken furniture days ago. The room grows dark and no one lights a candle. Candles cost money you don't have. You sit together in the darkness, the 8 of you, drawing what warmth you can from being close. Through the thin walls, you hear coughing. Your neighbours are sick. Half the building is sick. Fever and weakness and coughs that don't stop. You try not to think about the families who lived here last month and are gone now. Some left for other places. Some just disappeared. You don't ask where. Your sister prays quietly. Her voice is barely a whisper, but you hear the familiar words. Prayers for food. Prayers for health. Prayers for this to end. You used to pray too, but lately you just sit in the silence. The children settle down to sleep. Their small bodies press together for warmth. You listen to them breathing, and you think about the day that just passed. All those hours of walking and finding nothing. Tomorrow will be the same. You know this. Yet tomorrow you'll get up and try again, because what else can you do? The Liffey flows past in the darkness outside, its terrible smell a constant presence. The river has become like your life, like all of Dublin's life right now. Polluted, struggling, just barely moving forward. You close your eyes and feel the hunger gnawing at you. Feel the cold seeping through the walls. Feel the weight of another empty day pressing down. But you're still here. Your family is still here. You've survived today, and that counts for something. Around you in this building, in this neighbourhood, in this suffering city, other families are doing the same thing. Enduring. Holding on. Finding dignity in simply making it through to the morning. The night settles over Dublin like a heavy blanket, and beneath it, people survive together, the only way they know how. Years will pass before the river begins to clear, before new kinds of light reach these streets, before the rhythms of your days and nights shift again. The tram's iron wheels screech against the rails as you step down onto the platform, and above you, electric light hums with a steady brightness your mother never knew. These street lights glow without flickering, without the soft pop and hiss of gas. You stand for a moment, letting your eyes adjust. Your mother talked about streets so dark that you walked with one hand on the buildings. Now the pavement spreads before you, clear and visible, as if the sun never fully set. Your day started 12 hours ago at Jacob's Biscuit Factory on the north side. You clocked in at 7, and the machines were already running. The factory runs on electric power now, and that means the work doesn't stop when daylight fades. You spent the morning packing tins, your hands moving in the same rhythm hour after hour. The supervisor walked past twice, checking your speed. The factory can produce more now, so they expect you to produce more too. Your back aches from standing. Your fingers feel stiff from the repetitive motion. At midday, the whistle blew for a short break. You ate bread and cheese standing in the yard, then returned to your station. The afternoon felt longer than the morning. The noise of the machines fills your head even now, hours later. When the final whistle sounded at 7, you joined the stream of workers heading for the door. Electric light or not, exhaustion feel the same as it always did. The tram was crowded, workers from 3 different factories packed into the car, everyone heading home after shifts that stretched into darkness. The Dublin United Tramway Company runs its routes later now, carrying people across the city long after sunset. You can travel from the north side to the south side in half an hour, something your father's generation couldn't do. But this convenience comes with a cost. Because you can get home late, your employer expects you to work late. The tram schedule governs your life now. You see your children when the tram allows it. You walk the final blocks to your tenement, and the streets grow darker. Electric lights reach the main roads, but not the side lanes where working families live. The contrast feels sharp. The city's progress touches some places and skips others. You still live in cramped rooms. You still work long hours. You still count your coins carefully at week's end. The electric lights haven't changed that. But something else has changed. You notice it as you pass the Liffey. The smell isn't as bad as it used to be. Your grandmother told stories about the river's terrible stench during the famine, how you could barely breathe near the water. Now you can walk along the quays without covering your nose. The city finally started cleaning the river, slowly removing the worst of the waste. Public health reforms are taking effect bit by bit. The Liffey still isn't clean, but it's better. You can see that progress, even if you can't see it in your own living conditions. Inside your building, you climb the stairs to your rooms. Your wife is putting the children to bed. She works too, taking in laundry during the day. She started the wash before dawn and finished hanging the last pieces as the sun set. Your daughter, 8 years old, already helps with the lighter tasks. Your son, 5, plays with wooden blocks on the floor. You see them for an hour each evening, maybe less. The tram brings you home, but work takes you away. You eat a late supper of bread and soup. Your wife saved a portion for you, keeping it warm by the small stove. You talk quietly about the day. She mentions a neighbour who got sick and another family struggling with rent. The building holds 50 families and everyone knows everyone else's business. The thin walls keep no secrets. After the children are asleep, you step back outside. You told your wife you needed air, but really, you're heading to a meeting. Other men from the factory are gathering at a pub 3 streets away. You've been meeting like this for weeks now, talking about conditions at work, about wages that don't match the longer hours, about safety concerns that the bosses ignore. Someone mentioned forming a union. The word felt dangerous at first, but now it feels necessary. Workers across Dublin are beginning to organise, building something that will grow into a movement powerful enough to shut down the entire city within a few years. The pub's back room holds a dozen workers when you arrive. Some are from your factory. Others work at the docks or on the railway. You recognise faces from the tram, from the neighbourhood, from years of living in the same struggling parts of Dublin. A man from the docks stands and talks about organising, about how other cities have unions, about collective bargaining. His words are careful but firm. Everyone listens. You stay for an hour, adding your voice to the discussion. The electric lights in the pub let this meeting happen. In the old days, gathering after dark meant candles or gas lamps, expensive and dim. Now you can meet late into the evening, planning and organising. The night has become useful in a new way. It's not just for rest anymore. It's for building something together. Walking home, you think about the changes you've seen. The electric lights, the trams, the cleaner river. The city is transforming around you, yet your daily struggle continues. But tonight feels different. Tonight you're not just surviving, you're organising with your neighbours, finding strength in shared experience. The machines at the factory might run on electricity, but the real power is what happens when working people gather and decide they deserve better. You slip back into your rooms quietly, not wanting to wake the children. Your wife is already asleep, exhausted from her own long day. You lie down beside her, feeling the familiar ache in your muscles. Tomorrow, you'll wake early and do it all again. The factory whistle, the machines, the tram ride home in the dark. But tomorrow night, there's another meeting, and the night after that, another. The electric lights and the trams gave you new tools. Now you're learning to use them not just to get to work, but to change the work itself. Yet even as you drift towards sleep, you sense something shifting in the city beyond these organising meetings. The conversations at the pub have started to include words like independence, sovereignty, and resistance. The streets you walk each evening will soon carry a different kind of tension, one that makes your union meetings seem almost safe by comparison. You freeze at the sound of boots on cobblestones, your hands still on the door latch. It's past curfew, and you're not supposed to be outside. The footsteps echo off the narrow walls of the lane, growing louder. You hold your breath, waiting to see if they'll pass or if they'll stop at your door. Your heart pounds so hard, you're certain whoever is out there can hear it. After a moment that feels endless, the boots continue past. You wait another full minute before you dare to move again. Dublin in 1920 feels like a different city from the one you grew up in. The same streets, the same buildings, but everything has changed. Your day started like it always does, with work at the print shop on Abbey Street. You set type and ran the press, your hands moving through familiar motions. But today, the work felt different. The news coming through is getting worse. More raids, more arrests, more bodies were found in the morning. Everyone at the shop talks in whispers now, careful about what they say and who might be listening. At midday you heard gunfire in the distance, not close enough to see what happened, but close enough to make everyone stop and listen. The sound echoed off the buildings, sharp cracks that made your stomach tighten. Then silence. You went back to work, but your hands shook for the next hour. This is what life feels like now. Violence somewhere nearby, always just out of sight, but never far enough away to forget about. Your supervisor closed the shop early. He said it wasn't safe to stay open after dark. He didn't say why, but everyone understood. Some streets in Dublin have become so dangerous that British soldiers gave them battlefield names. The Camden Aungier Streets area, they call it the Dardanelles. You walk home through routes you've known your whole life, but now you plan each turn carefully. Some areas see attacks every single day. You avoid those streets entirely. The city is under curfew. Everyone must be inside by a certain hour, and no one is allowed out until morning. The rule came from the British authorities trying to control the streets, trying to stop the attacks that kept happening. But curfew doesn't stop the violence. It just makes the night more frightening. When darkness falls, you don't know what you'll hear. Gunfire, explosions, the sound of military vehicles racing through empty streets, or worse, silence broken by screaming. You remember last Sunday, November 21st, that morning 18 men were killed across the city. You heard about it by afternoon. British intelligence officers all assassinated in their homes. By evening, everyone knew what happened next. British forces opened fire on a crowd at Croke Park during a football match. 14 people died. 65 were wounded. Later that night, 3 men were arrested and killed at Dublin Castle. The whole city felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for more violence. Now every evening brings that same feeling of dread. You come home from work and lock the door behind you, and you don't feel safe even then. Your wife has already pulled the curtains closed. The windows are covered, so no light shows outside. The blackout rules mean no visible lights after dark. Any light could draw attention. Any attention could be dangerous. So you sit in near darkness, a single candle placed where its glow won't reach the windows. Your children are already in bed, though it's barely past supper time. You put them to sleep early now, partly because there's nothing else to do in the dark, partly because you want them settled before the night brings whatever it might bring. Your daughter asks questions you can't answer. Why can't we go outside? Why are there soldiers? You tell her to sleep, that everything will be better in the morning, though you're not certain that's true. You and your wife sit at the table, speaking in whispers even though you're in your own home. The walls are thin. You don't know which neighbours support the British. You don't know which ones support the Republicans. You don't know who might report a careless word to authorities on either side. So you keep your voices low and your opinions quieter. Some people in Dublin have chosen sides. Some are hiding fighters. Some are informing on them. You try to stay neutral, to keep your family safe, but neutrality feels impossible when violence surrounds you. The Liffey flows past outside, dark and silent. You used to walk along the river in the evening, back before the fighting started. Now the riverfront feels exposed and dangerous. Buildings near the water still show scars from the Easter Rising 4 years ago. Bullet holes in the walls. Burned sections were never fully repaired. The river witnessed that rebellion, and now it's witnessing this slow grinding conflict that touches every neighbourhood. You hear a vehicle on the street outside. Your wife's hand grips yours across the table. You both sit perfectly still, listening. The engine sounds like a military truck. It slows near your building, and you stop breathing. Then it continues on, the sound fading into the distance. You release the breath you were holding. Your wife's hand is trembling in yours. This is what night has become. Waiting, listening, hoping the danger passes your door. You think about the life you had before, when evening meant rest and safety. Now evening means fear. The darkness that used to comfort you now hides threats you can't see. Every sound demands attention. Every moment requires vigilance. You're exhausted, but sleep feels dangerous. What if something happens while you're not listening? Yet people still resist. You know men in your neighbourhood who've joined the fight. You know women who carry messages, who hide weapons, who treat wounded fighters in secret. Ordinary people making choices that could get them killed. You understand why they do it. You feel the anger too. The frustration of being controlled in your own city. The desire for Ireland to govern itself. But you have children. You have a wife. You chose to protect them rather than join the fighting. Some nights, you wonder if that makes you a coward. Other nights, you wonder if it makes you wise. The candle burns lower. Your wife suggests you try to sleep. You nod, though you know you'll lie awake for hours, listening to every sound outside. Tomorrow you'll wake and go to work again if the shop opens. You'll move through another day of tension and uncertainty. The evening will come again, and you'll lock your door and wait for morning. This is what revolution feels like when you're living through it. Years will pass before the fighting ends, before the city begins to rebuild what was broken, before families like yours can imagine a different kind of home. The door to your new council flat opens onto silence. No coughing through walls, no voices arguing 3 feet away, no constant shuffle of too many people in too little space. Just your family's space. You stand in the doorway for a moment, taking it in. 2 bedrooms, a proper kitchen, a bathroom with running water. After generations of tenement living, this feels almost impossible. Your day was spent working on one of the new housing estates going up across Dublin. You're a labourer, mixing cement and carrying bricks. The work is hard, but there's pride in it. You're building homes like the one you now live in. Every wall you help raise means another family gets what you got. The government is rebuilding the city, replacing the old tenements with modern flats. You remember the building you grew up in, how 5 families shared one toilet, how the stairs were so worn you could see through the wood in places. Those buildings are coming down. These new ones are going up. Your back aches from the day's work, but it's a good ache. Honest labour, fair wages. You walk through your flat, still getting used to the space. Your wife is in the kitchen, cooking on a proper stove. Not a shared fireplace in a crowded room. Not a hot plate balanced on a wooden crate. A real stove with its own oven. She's making stew, and the smell fills the flat without competing with 20 other families' cooking smells. She looks up when you enter, and her smile tells you she's still adjusting too. Still surprised every evening when she walks into a kitchen that belongs only to your family. Your children are in their bedroom, not a corner of a shared room, no mattress on the floor near the door, a room with 2 beds and space to play. You hear them laughing, and the sound is different here, lighter, freer. In the tenement, children learn to be quiet, to take up less space, to understand that every sound bothered someone. Here, they can be loud. They can run from room to room. They can just be children. After supper, you suggest a walk. Your wife agrees and you bundle up the children. You walk toward the Liffey, something you never would have done in the old days. The river used to stink so badly that you crossed it as quickly as possible and never lingered. Now you can walk along the quays without holding your breath. The city has been cleaning the Liffey, slowly removing decades of waste. The water isn't clean yet, not really, but it's better. You can see the difference. Other families are walking too, people from the new estates, all doing the same thing, taking evening strolls because they can, because the air is clearer, because they have energy left after work to do something besides collapse. You nod at neighbours you recognise from your building. There's a sense of shared fortune in these greetings. You all know what you left behind. You all understand what these new homes mean. Your daughter runs ahead, chasing a ball along the path. Your son tries to keep up with her. You watch them play near the water, and you remember your grandmother's stories about the famine, about the terrible years when the river carried despair. Now it carries something different. The Liffey is healing, and so is Dublin, slowly, bit by bit. The changes aren't perfect. There's still poverty. There's still a struggle. But there's also progress you can see and touch and live in. Back at the flat, you run a bath for the children. An actual bath, in your own bathroom with hot water from a tap. Your wife washes them while you clean up the kitchen. These simple tasks feel luxurious. You remember hauling water up 3 flights of stairs. You remember waiting in line for the shared toilet. You remember the constant negotiation of living on top of strangers. Now you have privacy. You have dignity. You have space to breathe. After the children are bathed, you read them a story in their room. Your daughter brings you the book she wants, and you sit on the edge of her bed. Your son climbs into his own bed, listening. You read slowly, letting the words settle into the quiet room. In the tenement, bedtime stories were whispered affairs, trying not to disturb neighbours. Here, you can use your full voice. You can take your time. Your wife kisses the children goodnight, and you turn off their lights. You leave their door slightly open, and you walk to your own bedroom. Your own bedroom. You and your wife haven't had a room to yourselves since you married. For 12 years you've lived in shared spaces, always aware of others nearby. Now you close your door, and the flat becomes even quieter. You sit at the kitchen table with your wife, drinking tea. The window looks out over the estate, rows of new buildings with lights in the windows. Each light represents a family like yours, people who spent their lives crowded and struggling, and are now learning what it feels like to have enough room. The physical changes are obvious, but the emotional changes run deeper. You can relax here. Your children can grow here. Your family can heal from the stress of generations spent in poverty's grip. Your wife talks about plans for the flat, curtains for the bedroom, a rug for the sitting room, small improvements that would have been pointless in the tenement. Why make a place nice when you shared it with strangers and couldn't control the conditions? Here, you can invest in your space. You can make it home. You finish your tea and get ready for bed. The bathroom is yours. The bedroom is yours. The quiet is yours. You lie down beside your wife, and the mattress feels softer than it probably is. Everything feels softer in this new life. Tomorrow, you'll wake and build more flats. More families will get what you got. Dublin is transforming itself, and you're part of that transformation. For tonight, though, you're just a man resting in his own home, listening to his children breathe safely in the next room, feeling the weight of proper shelter settle around him. The city that once asked so much of its people is finally beginning to give something back, and in the decades ahead, it will give even more. You walk along the Liffey as evening falls, and instead of heading straight home, you pause. Music spills from a pub, live and energetic. Laughter echoes off cobblestones. The night feels alive with possibility. The river reflects coloured lights from restaurants and bars, reds and blues, and warm yellows dancing on the water's surface. You hear conversations in different languages. People from everywhere gather in this small stretch of Dublin. The air smells like food from a dozen countries, garlic and spices mixing with the river's clean, cool scent. Your day was spent at a tech company office in the Docklands. You work in software, designing interfaces for apps used across Europe. The office has floor-to-ceiling windows looking out over the water. You spent hours at your desk, solving problems, attending video calls with colleagues in other cities. The work is demanding but interesting. It pays well enough that you can afford to live alone in a small flat. Your parents never had that option at your age. They shared rooms with siblings, then with roommates, always counting coins carefully. You still watch your spending, but differently. You have choices they didn't have. At lunch you walked through the city centre. The streets were busy with tourists, with other office workers and with students from the universities. You grabbed coffee from a place that didn't exist 5 years ago. Dublin keeps changing, new businesses opening, old buildings renovated into modern spaces. The tech companies brought money and people. The people brought demand for culture, for nightlife, for experiences. The city responded by creating more of everything. Now, after work, you're walking through Temple Bar. The neighbourhood was nearly demolished in the 1980s. The State Transport Company bought up buildings here, planning to build a large central bus station. Instead, artists moved into the cheap spaces. Musicians followed. Small theatres opened. The bus depot never happened, and Temple Bar became the cultural heart of Dublin. You walk past venues where bands play every night, past restaurants serving food from Thailand, Italy, India and Mexico, past galleries showing contemporary art. The streets are narrow and old, but what fills them is new and constantly changing. You stop outside a pub where traditional music is playing. Through the window, you see a fiddle player, a guitarist, and someone on a tin whistle. The music is Irish, rooted in centuries of tradition, but the crowd listening includes people from everywhere. You step inside. The pub is warm and crowded. You find a spot near the back and order a pint. The music continues, reels and jigs that your grandparents would have known. The musicians play with their eyes half closed, following patterns passed down through generations. You think about your grandmother while you listen. She grew up in a tenement. She told you stories about shared toilets and thin walls, about hunger and cold, about nights when there was nothing to do but sleep because there was no money for anything else. She lived through hard times that shaped her entire life. She died 5 years ago, but you remember her face when you brought her to Temple Bar once. She looked around at the lights and the music and the crowds of happy people, and she said it felt like a different city. Not better or worse, she said, just completely different. The music ends and the pub erupts in applause. The musicians nod and start another tune. You sip your drink and feel the warmth of the room, the energy of people enjoying themselves. This is what night means now in Dublin. Not just rest, not just survival, not just getting through until morning. Night is when the city comes alive, when people gather to celebrate being here together. You finish your drink and step back outside. The streets are fuller now. Groups of friends moving from one place to another. Couples walking hand in hand. Solo travellers taking photos of the colourful buildings. You walk toward the Halfpenny Bridge, the old iron footbridge that crosses the Liffey. People used to pay a halfpenny toll to cross it. Now it's free, and it's one of the most photographed spots in the city. Standing on the bridge, you look down at the water. The Liffey reflects the city lights, and you think about everything this river has witnessed. Viking boats in the dark, medieval waste, famine, revolution, slow recovery. Now it reflects prosperity and culture and possibility. The river hasn't changed. The water still flows the same way it always did. But what surrounds it, what reflects in it, has transformed completely. You continue walking, passing more pubs, more restaurants, more life spilling onto the streets. You think about the fact that your ability to enjoy this evening, to spend money on a drink, to walk safely through these streets, to choose how you spend your time, all of it exists because of what previous generations endured. Your grandmother's hard childhood helped create the pressure for better housing. The union organisers from the early 1900s fought for the wages that eventually lifted families out of poverty. The people who lived through the revolution created an independent country that could shape its own future. This vibrant nightlife doesn't ignore Dublin's difficult past. It honours the past by fully living in the present. The freedom to enjoy darkness, to make night into something more than just the dangerous hours between work shifts, is a gift earned through centuries of struggle. Every person who fought for better conditions, who organised, who endured, who slowly built a better city, they all contributed to the night you're experiencing now. You head toward home, taking side streets you know well. The sounds of music and conversation fade gradually. You pass buildings that have stood for centuries, their stone walls remembering every era. You pass new construction, glass and steel reaching upward. Old and new exist side by side in Dublin, each part of the same ongoing story. You unlock your flat and step inside. The quiet feels welcoming after the noise of Temple Bar. You make tea and sit by your window, looking out over the city. Lights glow across the rooftops. Somewhere, music is still playing. And below it all, constant and patient, the Liffey continues its ancient flow. You stand on a bridge over the Liffey at midnight, watching the water move beneath you. In its dark surface, you see tonight's lights reflected, but you also sense something deeper, the accumulated weight of every night that came before. The river flows steadily and constantly, the same water that's moved through this city for thousands of years. Modern street lights glow above. Below, the current carries everything forward, just as it always has. The Liffey doesn't concern itself with empires or revolutions or progress. It simply flows. You lean on the stone railing and think about all the people who stood in this same spot across the centuries. Vikings watched this water, listening for approaching boats. Medieval merchants crossed it daily, holding their noses against the smell. Georgian ladies strolled beside it under new gas lamps. Famine survivors stared into it, seeing their desperation reflected. Revolutionaries hid near its banks during curfew. Modern families walk along its cleaned edges, letting their children play near water that's finally safe again. The river has been everything to Dublin: threat and promise, highway and sewer, battlefield and celebration. It brought Vikings to these shores, their boats cutting through dark water while families slept uneasily nearby. It carried medieval trade, but also medieval waste, prosperity and pollution flowing together. It glinted under Georgian gas lamps, showing the wealthy their reflections while the poor crossed it in darkness. During the famine, it carried the city's despair. During the revolution, it flowed silently past burned buildings. Now it reflects restaurant lights and happy crowds. Yet the water itself hasn't changed. The Liffey still rises in the Wicklow Mountains and flows to the Irish Sea. The same journey, century after century. Humans built walls along its banks, bridges across its width, and embankments to control its flow. They dumped their waste into it, cleaned it up, dumped more waste, and cleaned it again. They fought over it, built beside it, feared it, and celebrated it. The river absorbed all of it and kept flowing. You think about the patterns that repeat. Every generation of Dubliners came to this water seeking the same things. Safety first, a place to sleep where danger couldn't reach them. Then food, always food, the endless human need to eat. Then warmth, especially in Irish winters when cold seeps into your bones. Then connection, the comfort of familiar faces and shared struggles. These needs never changed, only the methods of meeting them changed. The Vikings built wooden houses close to the water, organising watches through the night. Medieval families huddled in stone buildings, their candles flickering. Georgian servants walked home from bright mansions to dark tenements. Famine survivors searched for scraps along the quays. Union organisers met in pubs after working beside the river all day. Revolutionary fighters hid in buildings overlooking it. Council housing residents finally got homes with bathrooms and running water. Modern workers unwind in Temple Bar, the river flowing past their celebrations. All of them needed rest. All of them ended their days and tried to sleep. The Viking trader checks his knots one more time. The medieval craftsman banking his fire. The Georgian housemaid is climbing dark stairs. The famine father dividing one potato. The factory worker is planning union meetings. The revolutionary listening for boots on cobblestones. The council flat resident finally has space to breathe. The tech worker strolling home from a pub. Different nights, same human exhaustion, the same human hope that tomorrow might be easier. The Liffey witnessed every single night. It flowed past Viking settlements and medieval walls. It reflected gas lamps and electric lights. It carried the city's worst times and its best times downstream toward the sea. The water itself holds no memory, but somehow it contains everything. You can stand here now and feel the weight of all those nights pressing gently against the present, not crushing it, just reminding you that this moment connects to every moment before it. The river's constancy provides comfort. Everything else in Dublin has changed beyond recognition. The buildings, the language, the government, the technology, the economy, the relationship between the rich and the poor, the very shape of the streets, but the Liffey still flows. It still rises and falls with the tide. It still catches the light. It still marks the centre of the city. When everything else feels uncertain, the river endures. You understand now why Dubliners always came back to this water. Not just because the city grew around it, though that's true. Not just because it provided transport and power and fish, though it did all those things, but because the river gave them something concrete to measure their lives against, a constant in a changing world. Proof that some things continue no matter what humans do to each other or to themselves. Tonight, standing here in the cool air, with the city's lights reflecting in the current, you're part of that same story. You're another person seeking rest after another day of living. Your struggles are different from your ancestors' struggles. You don't fear Viking raids or famine or curfew, but you still need what they needed: safety, food, warmth, connection, rest. You push away from the railing and continue walking. The river keeps moving beneath the bridge. Tomorrow it will still be here, flowing through Dublin, connecting past to present to future. And tomorrow night, someone else will stand where you stood, looking down at the water, feeling the weight and comfort of continuity. The patterns repeat because human needs repeat. What changes is only how we meet them. You walk through history not as an observer but as a participant. Across 12 centuries, through every kind of darkness Dublin has known, you've sought what your ancestors sought: shelter, warmth, someone to share the night with. These needs connect you to the Viking trader checking his boat one last time before sleep, to the medieval craftsman banking his fire, to the Georgian servant climbing dark stairs after a long day, to the famine father dividing one potato among 8 mouths, to the factory worker planning union meetings by electric light, to the revolutionary listening for boots during curfew, to the council flat resident finally having space to breathe. The centuries separate you, but the needs remain constant. The Viking trader worked all day loading cargo, negotiating prices, and repairing his boat. His muscles ached. His hands smelled of rope and fish. When night came, he needed to know his family was safe before he could rest. He organised watches with his neighbours. He checked the knots on his boat twice. He made sure the door was barred. Only then could he lie down and sleep. You do the same thing now, in your own way. You lock your door. You check your phone one last time. You make sure everything is secure. The tools changed. The need didn't. The medieval guild worker spent his day scraping hides or forging metal or weaving cloth. When the church bells rang for vespers, he closed his shop and walked home through narrow lanes. He lit a candle. He ate a simple meal with his family. He sat in that small circle of light, finding comfort in familiar faces and familiar sounds. The candlelight didn't reach the corners, but it reached far enough. You do this too. You come home after work, you eat, you sit with the people who matter. You create a small space of warmth and safety against the larger darkness outside. The Georgian housemaid worked from before dawn until evening in a mansion that wasn't hers. She polished brass and lit chandeliers and served elegant dinners. Then she walked home to a dark tenement room shared with strangers. She ate a piece of bread. She mended clothes by a single candle because candles cost money. She lay down, exhausted, knowing tomorrow would be the same. You understand this exhaustion. You know what it feels like to work all day and still not have enough. You know the weight of being tired in your bones. The circumstances differ. The tiredness feels the same. The famine father searched all day for work that didn't exist, for food that had vanished. He came home empty-handed, to a room full of hungry faces. He divided one potato into 8 pieces, trying to make everyone's portion look equal. He sat in the cold darkness with his family, drawing what comfort he could from their closeness. He endured because enduring was all he could do. You felt this too in your own way. Maybe not hunger, but other kinds of emptiness. Other days when you had nothing left to give but gave anyway. The suffering was different, the resilience was the same. The factory worker spent long hours at the machines, his hands moving in repetitive motions. The electric lights meant the work could continue after dark, so it did. He rode the tram home, exhausted but not defeated. He met with other workers in pub back rooms, organising, planning, finding strength in collective action. He came home late and fell asleep thinking about tomorrow's meeting. You know this feeling too. The exhaustion mixed with purpose, the tiredness that comes from doing something that matters, the need to rest so you can keep going. The revolutionary lived through nights of curfew and blackout when darkness meant danger. She put her children to bed early, covered the windows so no light showed, and sat in silence, listening for boots on cobblestones. Every sound required attention. Every moment carried risk. She endured because her children needed her to endure. You've known fear too, maybe not curfew, but other kinds of uncertainty. Other nights when safety felt fragile. Other times when you had to be strong for people depending on you. The council flat resident walked into his new home and marvelled at the quiet, at the space, at having a bathroom with running water. After generations of crowding and struggle, his family finally had room to breathe. He watched his children play in their own bedroom. He sat at his own kitchen table. He felt the gift of proper shelter, the dignity of having enough space to rest properly. You understand this gratitude. You know what it means to have a safe place to return to. The specifics differ. The relief is universal. Whether you're listening for Viking oars in dark water or the sound of the late-night tram pulling away, you're performing the same essential human act. You're making sure it's safe to rest. You're checking that your people are secure. You're creating the conditions that allow sleep to come. The threats changed over 12 centuries. Raiders became hungry, and curfew became economic uncertainty. But the ritual stayed the same. Check, secure, settle, rest. Dublin's story is every city's story. Every place where humans gathered, they faced the same negotiation between day's demands and night's needs. They worked until exhaustion, then found ways to rest. They adapted to their circumstances while meeting ancient requirements. They invented new tools, new systems, new solutions, but they were always solving the same old problems. How do we stay safe? How do we stay fed? How do we stay warm? How do we stay together? We are connected across time by our shared vulnerability in darkness and our shared resilience in creating rest. Different eras required different solutions. Community watches, locked gates, electric lights, proper housing, but the underlying human need remained unchanged. The Viking needed his neighbours standing guard. The medieval family needed their small flame. The Georgian poor needed each other to survive the impossible conditions. The famine survivors needed solidarity. The factory workers needed organisation. The revolutionaries needed courage. The council flat families needed dignity. Modern Dubliners needed freedom from fear. The most profound historical truth is also the most personal. You are not separate from these people. You are them, living in a different time. Their struggles are your struggles. Their needs are your needs. Their small victories over darkness and exhaustion and fear belong to you too. When you lock your door tonight and finally rest, you're joining an endless procession of humans who did the same thing, in the same spirit, for 1200 years. And in that simple act of preparing for sleep, you carry forward something ancient and essential. The river flows on, and so do you. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, you carry the same needs as every Dubliner who ever lived by the Liffey. The same quiet strength that got them through their nights lives in you too. History isn't just what happened, it's how it felt to live through it. Understanding that helps you recognise your own resilience, your own connection to everyone who ever sought safety and warmth in the dark. Thank you for drifting through the night with me. If you found comfort here, tap subscribe and like the video. It helps others find a warm place to rest too. And if you'd like, share softly in the comments where you find peace when the nights grow long.